Otuntinshelo, yes indeed, it is happening again. Roll up, everybody gather, come and join. One man went to mow, yes, it is happening again. Bye bye, baby, bye. My baby, goodbye. Bye bye, baby, don't make me cry. The Olori has left the palace, but one man went to mow still in situation. So we gather, as we always do, a bit of a hiatus for the festive season, but matters arising, matters to be addressed. One man went to mow that funny talking, or you're laughing man. He's in situation again. Situate yourself with me as we put the world to right. One man went to mow, the eagle has landed.
Water, only water. Water, only water, where they see ma. Water, 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 water. Hapa you don't come oh. Hapa oh night oh. Oro keke elemu ye o. Oro keke. Ide shodi ya keke elemu re o. Bobby master keke elemu re o. Oro keke. Latin kekere lemure o. Eruku lele elemude. Eruku lele elemude. Eruku lele egbe elemudodo jare o. Eruku lele elemudo. Eruku lele Ghana ti de everybody o. Ọmọ ẹlẹ́yẹ ẹ̀yẹ ẹ̀yẹ o ó dilé o. Ọmọ ẹlẹ́yẹ Odúyẹlá ẹ̀yẹ o ó dilé o. Ọmọ ẹlẹ́yẹ Petro Sọdámẹ ẹ̀yẹ o ó dilé o. Ọmọ ẹlẹ́yẹ Petro Sọdúnkẹ́ ẹ̀yẹ rẹ̀ ó dilé o. Ọmọ ẹlẹ́yẹ ẹlẹ́kọ̀ ọ̀run mú ìní o. Ìgbàlà tí àkùkọ ọ̀run mẹ́kọ̀. Ikú kò ní ríwà gbéṣe o.
And there it is, the ever faithful Kegites. Iku kò ní ríwà gbéṣe, of course, and so say all of us, admit to that, amen to that. Iku kò ní ríwà gbéṣe. So Iku kò ní ríwà gbéṣe, as guys, I bring you this. Oil discovery in Bauchi, Gombe will balance political power in Nigeria. Mallam Buhari, of course, now boastfully pointing, mocking fingers in the direction of the south. So oil has now been discovered, apparently, according to them, that is. We have to put that proviso because these people are notorious liars. But according to them, oil has been discovered in their quarters. So two questions. Is that now sufficient enough for them to walk away and let us be? One. And two, if they're not walking away and letting us be, is that oil going to be part of the Commonwealth, or are they going to keep it for themselves as they've kept the gold in Zamfara and places like that for themselves, and they continue to take ownership of the oil in the south as well? So how does this play into the mix? Oil discovery in Bauchi, Gombe will balance political power in Nigeria, Mallam Buhari pointedly boasts to the south. Still with that space, I am happy oil discovery in Bauchi and Gombe will cut Niger Delta political power. Buhari again still being insistent. 14 months left in office, so quite why it's been that punchy, adds another paradigm to the mix. Electoral Act, GBAJABIAMILA reveals when National Assembly will pass bill into law. So for them to pass this bill into law would be for them to veto Buhari's refusal to assent to the bill. Do they have enough gravity within that space, and do they have the numbers to go against the want of the lead? Aboki is the question. But GBAJABIAMILA talks boastfully to the space. GBAJABIAMILA reveals when NASS will pass a bill into law, that is the Electoral Act. So we wait with bated breath to hear what our Femi has to say. As we wait with bated breath, let's go to this. This one, a human interest story. So bear with me. Yes, this one, a human interest story. So this now, I'll give you the headline and then you tell me what you're making of it. How I spent 12 years for a 4-year course in Obafemi Awolowo University female graduate. So she spent 12 years for a 4-year course. So look at it like that. So let's say the university continued all the way through those 12 years. So that then means that when she came in, a set of graduates left the university, she was there. Another intake came in and spent another 4 years, and she still was there. And then another intake came in, and eventually, at the completion of their 4 years, they let her go with them. But quite how this came about, we'll find out shortly. The headline again: How I spent 12 years for 4-year course in Obafemi Awolowo University female graduates. So, a lot to be unpacked from that. Nigerian forces arrest IPOB ESN leader in Enugu. So they still win heavily against that space. So the incarceration of their lead man, Nnamdi Kanu, is not sufficient. They're still going after that space. Still in the east, police invade church, arrest Okorocha's son-in-law, Uche Nwosu. So Uche Nwosu has been arrested. This, of course, a news that you are already all familiar with. But then, of course, that back and forth uh, between what is his name? Between Okorocha and Hope Uzodinma has now taken another victim. Uche Nwosu, Imo government opens up on church invasion by police. So, of course, we've all seen clips of how this guy was arrested in the sacred grounds of a church. Would they arrest somebody in the grounds of a mosque? Is the question. But then, of course, two different systems. We already know we run an apartheid system in Nigeria. Luther's case being swept under carpet in Buhari's ineffective anti-corruption fight. Who is saying this? The person who rigged Buhari in the first instance, Jega. Luther's case being swept under carpet in Buhari's ineffective anti-corruption fight. So I wonder if somebody can sue these people for claiming they are fighting some sort of anti-corruption fight. We all know that no such thing is going on. It looks as though nothing is actually going on in Aso Rock, as I bring you this as the final story. Aso Rock deserted as most presidential aides contract C-19, infections traced to Buhari's son Yusuf's coronation as Talban Daura. So the turbanization or the turbaning, whatever the uh, adjective is or the whatever it is for that thing that they do in the north, it looks as though it has now swept up the entirety of the ruling space to the point that they are all now C-19. Yeah, I wonder if they'll be compliant with directives this time around. We saw how Abba Kyari tried to do big man with C-19, and we saw the consequences of that. But before we progress any further, let's come in now via what is now tradition, the Eastern Quarters, and of course, another Python dance.
Do I pop? O Mary, o Nindizu, o Niloya, Abakare, Mama Daora, Una Pori Mary Nandi, Nandi win the war. Python that's one, Python that's two, now Python that's a three. Una Pori Mary Nandi, Nandi win the war. Python that's one, Python that's two. Python that's the three. Una Pori Mary Nandi.
Okay, so we try that again. I'm a bit rusty now. I clicked on something that I shouldn't have, and it's kicked me out of the system. I've only been 2 days away, and already I've lost the touch. Let's try one more time.
IPOB omeriwo n'Izu onírò ya Abakari Mama Dawura Olabori Meri Nnamdi win the war. Python that's one, Python that's two, now Python that's a three. Olabori Meri Nnamdi win the war. Python that's one, Python that's two, now Python that's a three. Olabori Meri Nnamdi bụ onye du IPOB omeriwo n'Izu onírò ya Abakari Mama Dawura Olabori Meri Nnamdi win the war. Python that's one, Python that's two, now Python that's a three. Olabori Meri Nnamdi win the war. Python that's one, Python that's two, now Python that's a three. Olabori Meri Nnamdi win the war. Python that's one, Python that's two, now Python that's a three. Olabori Meri Nnamdi win the war. Python that's one, Python that's two, now Python that's a three. Olabori Meri Nnamdi win the war. Python that's one, Python that's two, now Python that's a three. Olabori Meri Nnamdi.
And there you heard it first. Nnamdi win war, Python dance, Python dance. Nnamdi win war, Python dance, Python dance. So Nnamdi wins the war, even though he's in our cell block H, DSS headquarters. Nevertheless, he has won the war. As guys, I bring you this. All discovery in Bauchi Gombe will balance political power in Nigeria, Mallam Buhari says boastfully to the south. President Muhammadu Buhari on Friday said that the newly discovered oil in Bauchi and Gombe states will help balance the politics of oil across the country. Buhari was referencing to the Niger Delta's perceived political power arising from its rich petroleum deposits, according to a report by our correspondent. He said, now oil has almost become irrelevant, but we thank God that oil is now discovered in Bauchi and Gombe, and that will help balance the politics of oil in the country. Buhari made the statement in Maiduguri, Borno State, whilst commissioning projects completed by Governor Babagana Zulum in the northeast state. The president has been widely accused of cheerleading sectionalism in favor of his northern base. Nevertheless, the region has suffered the most in terms of insecurity and mass poverty under his watch. In August 2021, Buhari ignored pleas by southern governors, lawmakers, and oil communities to sign the petroleum industry bill into law. Southern governors, legislators, and oil communities had kicked against the National Assembly's decision to allocate a paltry 3% of oil revenue to the host communities. The People's Democratic Party also described the bill as a shame to democracy, disregard for the will of the people, and insensitivity to the sufferings of the Niger Delta people. But Buhari promptly assented to the bill after the National Assembly passed it amidst much acrimony. On Friday, Buhari assured that the federal government, amidst economic hardship, rising poverty, and public outcry for equity, would make developing new oil sites its priority. We will quickly develop that, and we are putting pipelines across the country to cut the use of vehicles destroying the roads. Within the next 17 months, Nigerians should be able to judge what this administration has done under my leadership. When we come in terms, so that should be where, but when is what they have written. When we come in terms of security, let me read it properly how we should read. Where we came in terms of security, the economy, and the most difficult one, which is fighting corruption. So let's just look at the parameters by which Buhari is requesting to be judged. We know where the country was in terms of security or insecurity, we should put it in the proper terms, just around about 2015, when all we were contending with was the insurgency in the northeast by the name of Boko Haram. Boko Haram still in situation, bandits added on to that, and Fulani headsmen added on to that. A free reign, Buhari has said, when they were savaging the Middle Belt and Governor Otom was alarming. Mallam Buhari famously said to him, you should learn to get on with your neighbors. So the people that are coming to behead you, Buhari was saying essentially you should learn to get on with your neighbors. And that was the signal, of course, the tacit, implicit consent then that he approves of the savagery and it should carry on. So that is it. The economy, of course, I mean, the poverty capital of the world, and this is not just book talk by some international organization. This is the lived experience of most Nigerians. When they tell you that at 10,000 naira would feed your family for a day or two, 50,000 naira would not feed your family for half a day. So that is the state of the economy. The minimum wage, of course, continues to stagnate. The wages continue to stagnate. Inflation spirals. The foreign currency completely looted. And Abubakar Malami, of course, a shining example of the fight against that corruption. So all of that, F9 parallel all the way through. Still within that oil space, we'll take this next headline to see if it adds anything different to what we've just read. I am happy oil discovery in Bauchi Gombe will cut Niger Delta political power. Buhari President Muhammadu Buhari on Friday said that the newly discovered oil in Bauchi and Gombe will help balance the politics of oil across the country. Mr. Buhari was referencing the Niger Delta's perceived political power arising from its rich petroleum deposit. Now oil has almost become irrelevant, but we thank God that oil is now discovered in Bauchi and Gombe, and that will help to balance the politics of oil in this country, Mr. Buhari said. The President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria made the statement in Maiduguri, Borno State, whilst commissioning projects completed by Governor Babagana Zulum in the Northeast State. Mr. Buhari has been widely accused of cheerleading sectionalization or sectionalism. So Mr. Buhari has been widely accused of cheerleading sectionalism in favor of his northern base. Nevertheless, so it's essentially a reread of what we've just read. So we abandon that and go on to the next. Electoral Act, GBAJABIAMILA reveals when National Assembly will pass bill into law. Femi Gbadabiamila, the Speaker of the House of Representatives, Femi Gbadabiamila, the Speaker of the House of Representatives, has assured that the National Assembly will pass the Electoral Act amendment into law. Gbadabiamila said the bill will be passed into law once the National Assembly reconvenes from its current recess. He gave the assurance during a chat with State House correspondents after a meeting with President Muhammadu Buhari at the Presidential Villa, Abuja. According to Gbadabiamila, we will do what is right for the Nigerian people. And I made it very clear that we are not going to throw away the baby with the bath water. Nigerians want it, Nigerians will get it. We may have tarried a little while, but by the time we come back, at least as far as the House, and I am sure the Senate as well, will be the first thing on our agenda the very week we come back from recess. So the very week they come back from recess is essentially what this guy is assuring that as the time that this bill is to be passed. So that bill then should be passed at that time, and it looks as though he has gone to clear the grounds with Buhari. So they may well remove an insertion that offends, that are primaries that offends, but it is not so much the electoral primaries, the party primaries that aggrieves the Nigerian person. That aggrieves as well, but what aggrieves the most is the sanctity of the electoral process. And to purify that place, of course, we need to have that electronic transmission of our votes. So it is instantaneous, it is from the source to the database, and there's little then room, or the room for manipulation is that much more reduced. So that is the first insertion. Now, we want the party primaries to be indirect as well, or to be direct rather as well. But that a battle we can fight later. So it looks as though this is me speculating to the space. They will remove, because he's coming out of the villa to make this commentary to the correspondents that cover that bit. So essentially, they're going to remove that insertion, in my speculation, and pass the bill. So we are expecting that bill then to be passed just immediately they convene, or reconvene and come back from their recess. So there's nothing left to be debated. There's no panel or committee left to be set up. All you need to do is sit at the thing. If you want to be ceremonial, call in a retinue of media and make grand and great play of you signing it. So that's just your first act as you come back. Just sign the damn thing and let us move on. But don't set up there's nothing left to be set up, because the whole thing is already done. So don't tarry and don't delay. Just sign the damn thing. Okay, sign the damn thing, but it took this lady now however long to have the damn thing signed. How I spent 12 years for 4-year course in Obafemi Awolowo University female graduate. Omobolanle Adele is one of the graduates at the 45th convocation. Sorry, let me just have a sip of water because I'm sorry to be so crude, but I need a jug of water. And then that's me tipping off my coffee and tipping over my coffee. But there we are. Omobolanle Adele is one of the graduates at the 45th convocation of the Obafemi Awolowo University held earlier this month. She gained admission to study linguistics and African languages in 2010, but instead of graduating in the 2014-2015 session, she graduated in 2021. Whilst narrating her ordeal to correspondents, Adele, who is now an entrepreneur, said her challenges started from the first and second semesters spent on the OAU campus. She said, a journey that started in 2010 and finished in 2021. I thought I would finish with my mates in the year 2015 when I obtained admission to study linguistics and African languages in Obafemi Awolowo University in 2010. But my first and second semester results were nothing to write home about after putting in my best foot forward. So I got discharged. I thought I would obtain JAM and change my course the following year, which I tried but failed again. So I made up my mind to finish what I started, but it was almost late already. I couldn't handle retaking courses and doing my main course altogether, but I did it anyway, and it was a disaster throughout. But I just couldn't quit, and it saddened my heart at that time. I felt like a total failure in life, and everything academic saddened my heart. Then, till I decided to find another interest that would fill up the grief I nursed in my heart daily. After the failed semesters, Adele had to start a business to raise money for survival. This time, she said, the move was successful as she was able to settle many bills, including school fees, on her own. She continued, I decided to explore the business world with my almost collapsed academics. Then, because I needed to start generating some extra income to sort out my school bills and my general well being, my business became the only getaway from the deep sadness I nursed in my academics. I finally found fulfillment beyond the four walls of the classroom, buying and selling different products and services. I became a professional at selling anything sellable on this earth. And there is no product or service under heaven that I can't sell with ease and speed right now. as a product producer and digital marketer. I mastered the art of selling from hawking different products from classes to my fellow students in female hostels in OAU. I was actively investing in myself beyond the four walls of the school whilst pursuing academics. I became so good in my craft that I won a business grant in 2018. I became a business mogul with two physical stores in Lagos and Oshogbo, Osun State, till I shifted my focus to more digital products recently and required no physical location in Osun State anymore. Determined to be a graduate, Adenle returned to academic world but failed again. She narrated that she sailed through different hurdles before being allowed to complete her studies. At the point she had retaken all the failed courses, one of her results was said to be missing again. She said, I was supposed to have an extra year to sort out all the courses I failed, but I failed again and had to come back again to retake some of the courses. But I chose not to come back. I was tired already and told my part advisor that I was done with school and I wanted to travel out because I was frustrated. I came back the following year after a year's break and paid dearly with several medical reports before I was allowed to retake the courses 2 years later. And I thought I was finally done to be fully cleared from OAU. One of my results got missing, an elective for that matter. And for over a year, we were on it till I finally gathered the course to uh, and for over a year, we were on it till I finally gathered the courage to retake it, after which it was found after retaking the course. The shame was unbearable when every year I thought I'd be done left me hanging. And then I learned patience, persistence, doggedness, and how to trust God with my life exclusively. According to Adenle, her ordeal taught her to believe in the divine set and never to be hard on herself. So that is a story and a half to unpack there. So when I was going into, like I say, I never read these stories beforehand. I just go with the headlines if they strike me as interesting, and we come across the story together. So this wasn't what I was expecting from that school, from this story rather. I was expecting a narrative of a girl that was harassed by lecturers, the usual harassment. I have to be mindful of my words. So SEX harassment, SEX harassment, which is the usual narrative of a female within the Nigerian tertiary system. So I was expecting that sort of narrative that she was rusticated because some lecturer was harassing her, or occultism, or this, that, or the other, or she didn't have the money for her fees. But certainly this wasn't the story I was expecting to encounter. But this story, a story and a half, of course. She, of course, by her own admission, was failing all these exams. But in the course of failing the exams, she found what essentially was a pathway in life, which is business. You need no degree to go into business, but she found her pathway in life, which is business. But then, having found that pathway in life, that determination to finish what she had started, she continued to persevere. She'll fail, she'll pass, she'll fail, she'll pass, and that then accounted for 12 years of that study. So that university certificate, of course, she'll just go and have file it away in the cupboard somewhere, because I don't think this girl is going around seeking jobs from anybody anytime soon. She's already an established business person, an award-winning business person, all off the back of failing those exams. So that's a life story right there. So from a life story to life in Aso Rock, or life as they know it in Aso Rock. We heard the Abakari narrative. Now let's hear this. Exclusive. Aso Rock deserted as most presidential aides contract C-19, infections traced to Buhari's son Yusuf's coronation as Talban Dawra. Activities at the Aso Rock Villa, Abuja, has been shut down following an outbreak of C-19 at Nigeria's seat of power, with many presidential aides testing positive, correspondents gather. Multiple sources told correspondents that the spread of C-19 infections at the Aso Rock was traced to the installation ceremony of Yusuf Buhari, the only son of President Buhari, as district head, Talban in Katsina. Sources added that following the outbreak, Buhari was closely being monitored by health officials, as most of those who contracted the virus are too close to him. In the meantime, the president's planned visit to Katsina has been cancelled, one of the sources revealed on Monday. Emir of Daura Al-Hadi Farouk Umar on Saturday, December 18th, turbaned Yusuf as Talban Daura, district head of Kwasarawa community, an event that was well attended by government officials. Many presidential aides, prominent politicians, and other dignitaries also attended the event. Also in attendance at Yusuf's turbaning were Vice President James Osinbajo, Senate President Ahmed Lawan, Speaker of the House of Representatives Femi Bajabiamila. Governor, it goes on to list all the names, which I'm not going to bother reading through. However, President Buhari and his wife Aisha did not witness the ceremony, as they were in Istanbul attending the third Turkey African Partnership Summit at the time. Aso Rock has now been deserted over the number of President Buhari's aides that have contracted C-19. Currently, President Buhari is being monitored by health officials. Plans for the president to go to Katsina has been stepped down for now. The recent spread of the virus at the Aso Rock Villa was traced to his son, Yusuf's coronation ceremony in Katsina, another source told correspondents. Special advisor to President Buhari on media and publicity, Femi Adesina, on Sunday, said there was nothing abnormal in presidential aides testing positive for C-19. There had been reports that some presidential aides, including the permanent secretary in the State House, Tijani Umar, the president's aide-de-camp, Yusuf Dodo, his chief security officer, CSO, Aliyu Musa, and his senior special assistant on media and publicity, GARBA SHEHU, tested positive for C-19 and were in isolation. Speaking on the development, Adesina, in an interview with Channels Television, said presidential aides are also humans and not immune to happenings around them. What I like to say is that presidential aides are just humans. They can fall sick. If anything happens to human beings, it can also happen to presidential aides, he said. The fact that we are presidential aides does not make us immune to certain things. If there is a virus that is ravaging society, well, it can touch anybody. So Mallam Garba Shehu has confirmed that, yes, he tested positive, but he said it is mild. And I believe that by now, because it happened since Wednesday, by now he should almost have beaten it if he has not beaten it already. There is no cause for alarm. But when he was asked how many presidential aides in the State House had contracted the virus, Adesina said he could not reveal the details as it is a personal matter. That will not be within my purview to discuss. Maybe if you get the presidential doctor or anybody in the medical side, they will tell you. I wouldn't know because it is a private thing, he added. If it happens to anybody, it is between that person and possibly the doctor. It is not going to be general knowledge, so I may not be able to say. In the past few days, Nigeria has been reporting a steady increase in C-19 infections in what has been confirmed to be the fourth wave of the pandemic by the Nigeria Center for Disease Control. Last Wednesday, the country recorded 4,035 cases, the highest single-day count since the beginning of the pandemic in 2020. On Friday, NCDC Okay, so it just goes on to give us those details which are not essentially pertinent to the narrative. Okay, let me just bring you. I may not be able to bring you all of the stories. Let me bring you as many as I can before I get bored of it. Nigerian forces arrest IPOB ESN leader in Enugu. So they're still weighing down upon that space. The Nigerian army and other agencies have arrested Godwin Nandi, a leader of the Indigenous People of Biafra's militant wing, Eastern Security Network ESN. Nandi, described as notorious, was apprehended in Nkanu East local government area. A statement on Sunday by Army spokesperson Brigadier General Onyema Nwachukwu said the troops of 82nd Division led the operation. Nandi was caught during the raid at a IPOB/ESN camp located at Akpofu Forest in Nkanu East local government area. The joint forces engaged the dissidents in a gunfire. They took to their heels, leaving behind their wanted leader, one AK-47 rifle, one magazine containing 21 rounds of a 7.62 mm special, one handset amongst others were recovered. The Chief of Army Staff, Lieutenant General Farouk Yahaya, has commended the government operatives for the success. Yahaya charged them to comb and clear all suspected hideouts of criminal elements in their areas of responsibility. So there you are. They continue to weigh down upon that space. So these are a never-ending saga. They say this is two fighting. Have you ever seen those clips of rather rotund, large girls strapped in just underwear, put in a mud pit, and being made to wrestle? So fat girls wrestling in the mud is the image that I want to conjure up in your mind as I bring you this. Police invade church, arrest Okorocha's son-in-law, Uche Nwosu. So two fat girls mud fighting, Rochas Okorocha and what is his name? Fulani Maid, Opuzodema. So two fat girls mud fighting. Former Imo State gubernatorial candidate and son-in-law of former Imo State Governor Rochas Okorocha, Uche Nwosu, has been arrested by the police. Mr. Nwosu was taken in by gun throttling, so that would be throttling, not throttling, but throttling the road. Gun throttling police operatives on Sunday whilst attending his late mother's Thanksgiving service at St. Peter's Anglican Church, Izema, Abiare, Nwere, local government area of Imo State. In a viral video posted on Facebook, the armed officers stormed the church, shot sporadically in the air to scare people, and then dragged the politician away with them. Nwadike Chikeze, a media aide to Mr. Nwosu, confirmed the arrest to correspondents on Sunday. Actually, we were in church. We were in church service when about four men dressed in black walked into the church. Two were stationed at the exit door, whilst two moved into the church to search for their target. So when one of them saw Ugwamba, that is Mr. Nwosu, he identified himself and told him to stand up. Then he applied force and dragged Ugwamba out of the church. They took Ugwamba's security men unawares, so it would have been unwise. Of time to engage the men in a shootout since they already had their target. So they started shooting inside the church. They were shooting to kill. The congregation fled for their lives and they dragged Ugwamba out, put him in a vehicle, and left in their convoy, Mr. Chikeze said. Spokesman for police in Imo State, Michael Abatam, confirms the arrest in a statement on Sunday, but did not give any reasons for the development. So still within that space, Uche Nwosu Nwosu, not I do beg your pardon. Uche Nwosu, Imo government opens up on church invasion by the police. Imo state government has accused some people of whipping up public sentiment over the arrest of Uche Nwosu in a church. A statement on Monday night by Information Commissioner Declan, I'm not going to attempt his last name, alleged that Nwosu was playing up the desecration. He said, though no stone will be left unturned in efforts to rid Imo of criminality, the government will not support disrespect for a place of worship by security agencies. Declan insisted that the arrest of Nwosu within the church premises could have been avoided and stand condemned. While government regrets the manner the arrest was made, we wish to emphasize that since it was purely a security matter, the full reason why such an action was taken will eventually unfold and perhaps guide the public better. The government appealed to those negatively affected by the action to bear with the government personnel. Declan said Governor Hope Uzodinma holds the Anglican Communion in high esteem and will never support any manner of contempt. So there you are, sporadic shooting in a Catholic church. This is how I. Why can't you just wait outside and arrest the guy when he comes out? Bring enough policemen to ensure that you have the superiority of a force. But don't go into a church to shoot, for goodness sake. I mean, do I need to tell you that? I mean, is this not something that is known that you do not go into a church to? I mean, we say these people don't have any training. We say impunity. Anyway, forget it. Um, Luther's case being swept. So this is now the last story. Luther's case being swept under carpet in Buhari's ineffective anti-corruption fight. Jega, of course, the person who rigged Buhari in the first instance. Former chairman of the Independent National Electoral Commission, INEC, Atahiru Jega, has criticized the anti-corruption fight of President Muhammad Buhari, of the President Mohamed Buhari regime as ineffective, adding that looters who joined Mr. Buhari's APC party have their cases swept under the carpet. The so-called fight against corruption is really ineffective, Mr. Jega said in an interview with Tony Falola. Those who have stolen public funds and who have threatened and who are threatened by the EFCC for prosecution, once they move into the APC, then you don't hear anything about their prosecution anymore, he said. The former INEC boss said, the only way to address these issues, in my view, is to have a revolutionary transformation of society and improve the context of governance within the framework in which our governance system is predicated. So under all that heavyweight grammar is restructuring, essentially, is what this Aboke is talking about. The only way to address these issues, in my view, is to have a revolutionary transformation of society and improve the context of governance within the framework in which our governance system is predicated. So, a revolutionary transformation of society, essentially the jettisoning of the 1999 constitution, which is not fit for purpose, we all agree, and improve the context of governance within the framework in which our governance system is predicated. So devolution of power essentially is what it's saying. Power too heavily concentrated, which then leads to what we're seeing now with the Aboki in Aso Rock. Speaking on the two major political parties, the APC and the People's Democratic Party PDP, Mr. Jega said both parties should be held responsible in the last, that should be for, not in the last, but these are quoted words. It says both parties should be held responsible in the last 20 years for the deepening crisis of governance and leadership in the country, he said. I think PDP and APC are almost irredeemable. They are marriages of convenience by the politically active elite, majority of whom focus on the actualization of self-serving objectives in elective positions. Many of them are many of them see. So let me take that those two paragraphs again. He said, "I think PDP and APC are almost irredeemable. They are marriages of convenience by the politically active elite, majority of whom focus on the actualization of self-serving objectives in elective positions. Many of them see participation in elections as investments. Some of them sold houses, took bank loans to get elected into office. They engage in elections by hook or crook. Once they get into the governance process, obviously they do their best to recoup their investment." So the corruption pretty much institutionalized within the Nigerian political space, essentially what Jega is saying. Thomas, I see you. Emekus, I see you. Charlie Boy, I see you. And the mighty Ajale Koko, I see you. Good to see you all, gentlemen. So let me go quickly then let me go to Emeka first. Emeka, are you there and ready, or do you want me to skip you for the time being?
No, it works. Good.
One
good
man.
day.
Yes, UK. I called you Charlie Boy. Is UK, not Charlie Boy.
Yeah,
Sorry,
please,
out there
please.
me.
Emeka, I don't want to like interfere. Can I go first so that?
It'll be good, bro. You can go ahead. Go ahead.
Okay.
Yeah, happy holiday, one man. Happy holiday, everyone. Happy holiday for the audience. Please like and share.
All right,
Before we
thank you.
continue. Yeah.
All right. Have you talked into your turkey? Did you make turkey?
No, I didn't
UK.
make turkey. Yes.
Why are you saying which holiday you talking about? Why can't you say happy Merry Christmas?
Because
everything
they are not allowed to say Merry Christmas in America anymore. Did you not have that debate 2 years
That's
ago?
right.
Where they say,
Why do we? Which holiday you talking about?
It's not politically correct anymore now.
Merry Christmas.
Are you not a Christian?
Merry Christmas,
Are you not
everyone.
a Christian?
It's being politically correct now. You know now.
No,
It doesn't.
just forget about their politics. Just say it the way it is. Merry Christmas.
Merry Christmas.
Merry Christmas. No. It's not. You know you are. You're not the gay. You can't say Merry Christmas now.
Come on, let's continue.
What about Jewish people and the Muslims? Are you excluding Jewish people and the Muslims?
Well, if it's not there today, they should stay away.
Are you being sectarian?
One man. I work for Jewish people.
Yeah, there you are now.
I know most, like, I'm into their religion too.
Happy Hanukkah.
Same to you.
All right, thank you, UK.
Okay.
So, politically correct. Are we going to get any decent answer from you now that you're so PC? You can't even say Merry Christmas.
Merry Christmas, everyone. Merry Christmas to the audience.
All right, let me take you quickly to the East then. And this mud fighting, that never-ending saga between Rochas Okorota and Hopuzo Dema. So, Uche Nwosu, of course, we all know that name because that was the person that Okorota wanted to install after him, but he failed. But to that space now, it's now been picked up. So is this political fighting between the two, or is it the case that the heavy weight of the looting that Okorota perpetrated in Imo State is just too heavy a burden for anybody to look away? So that fight.
Yeah, that fight is the looting. The looting was included. And you know, if you remember, during the campaign now, Okorocha endorsed his son-in-law now, including that looting. They wanted to like take over the state now, which it wasn't easy for them, because of that looting. And the other guy won now, the Emeka Ihedioha won before the Supreme Governor, took over, because there was a fight now. It was a tough battle now, because the man of the people was Emeka Ihedioha now, who won which the
you know, I still consider him to be the governor of that state. I
yes,
still cannot understand from why that guy is not the governor. I don't understand the reasons that they gave, which is to tell you there is no reason. Emeka Ehidioha is still the governor of that state.
yes, because it was the man of the people and people voted him in, you know. But just that, you know, Nigeria is not what it is now. You know, they have to give it to the stewage now, the Fulani stewage. Hope also danger. I'll put it also danger, not even also danger.
Yes,
So
that's what Prof calls him as. What does that mean, by the way?
also danger means bad road. Bad road. Not but opposite is good road. Also danger is good road. But this one also danger is bad road. So well, I mean, yeah, one man, you know, the looting was too heavy because Okorocha wanted to take the whole Imo state. Even as I'm talking to you, one of my co-worker, the brother, they took his land, but the guy have to fight for the land. But the guy got the land back, got his land back in Owerri, because that guy, that my co-worker, I mean, they are the one that have that Owerri main town. I mean, anytime you just mention their family name, you will know. They will just take you to that guy's side. So the brother got his land back because this Okorocha, they took the land, but the brother fought for the land and got his land back. You know, so the looting was too much because even when they arrested this Uche Nwosu yesterday, you know, because I listened to the China interview between that Okorocha and the man. I think that was the commission of of information. So the man was saying is due to that looting because the thing is still pending them because there's no money to run that state, you know. So anytime they mention Okorocha and mention that Uche Nwosu, you know, they go to haywire, you know. The thing is like if there's any way to strangle them, they will kill them, you know. That is all this thing.
I'm not sure that anybody has ever stolen in the history of Nigeria as much as Okorocha stole.
Yeah, because
we covered him a lot on this channel, and that guy, he just went in. I'm not sure there's too many people richer than Okorocha in Nigeria.
Yes, yeah, because that thing they boy them because they say he spent almost billions of naira for one school, one university. I don't know if you know the university. Did you know about the university he was building?
No, but I was watching a clip by a girl in Canada. She calls herself Katia Valeno. She's in Nigeria now. She was going through this street, plush house after institution, everything owned by Rutas Okorocha. Is a ghost town now because nothing is there because the government is trying to rescue it. But the plushest part of that is it Owerri. That guy, he is a bad man.
Okay, let me tell you. Do you know that it was Okorocha that opened Buhari eye? Do you know that? It was Okorocha that opened Buhari. No, let me tell you now. Let me give you an instance. You know, when Buhari do the first, when they came the first turn on, you know, Buhari visited Owerri. So Okorocha took him around, show him all these things now. From that day, Buhari changed. Say he's gonna give all. I mean, for my own opinion, I can base it on that. That's why Buhari make sure that you see that northern place must develop, whether by fire, by force. You know, they must put all the resources in the northern because of when Okorocha took him around, he was showing him here. Buhari couldn't believe it that it's one person that will own all these things. You know, so for me, they will not let them go because you know those people they are very, very bitter.
Yeah,
you know, they are very, very bitter.
I detest Hope Uzodinma with a passion, but I cannot let go. What they are all thieves now, but the level of looting of Okorocha was too much.
Yes.
But the idea of going into a Catholic church, though, because if you are talking Catholicism, you are talking the Eastern Quarters. That is their religion. And the ceremony of it, their whole life revolves around Catholicism. They reverence it, they respect the fathers. Everybody knows that. So how would you go into an Anglican church and be shooting up the place when you could just wait outside and arrest the guy as he's walking? What was that all about?
Yeah, it's just to like humiliate him and disgrace him and to tell them that they don't have power no more. You know, this is, if you look at it, it's also a power tussle. You know, they are power tussle now. Who owns Abuja now? You know, because everything goes back to Abuja.
So
anything they do,
two fat girls rolling in the mud,
yeah,
Abby.
exactly. So everything goes back to Abuja. Well, I mean, me, what I would say, they are not happy and they are very bitter. They are making sure that they will, if there's any way to, get back some of the money from them, they will do it. That's all they are trying to do. And they want to frustrate them. They won't enjoy that wealth. I mean, that's what you would see.
I hope that Hope Uzodinma knows there is life after governance. And Hope Uzodinma, it doesn't strike me as somebody that can live in Abuja or Lagos. It looks like somebody who has to live in the East and he still has to live in that place after he leaves office. All these things that he's doing.
Yes, you're right. Okay, let's go to another story, please.
All right, let me take you then to the north. They've discovered oil in Bauchi and Gombe. So hurrah for them, but what does this mean? Does this then mean that this fast forwards the Biafra and Oduduwa nation that we want? If you have the oil now, it was that you can take it and go.
For me.
Or are they going to share it with the rest of us? How does this permutate? What is your reading
the thing
of
is that oil belongs to Bauchi. It doesn't belong to Nigeria. Let me say that. Let Nigerians know. That's oil belongs to Bauchi, not Nigerians. So they will hold it, they will sell it, they will use the money for themselves. Let's all Nigeria take out their eye from there, because we already know that the gold belongs to Zamfara, not Nigeria. Then now they have got it, they have seen oil. Then that oil belongs to the north, not for the south. So they will say, do your worst,
All right. And this lady that spent 12 years to complete a 4-year course at the Obafemi Awolowo University, an interesting story. So was she a victim, or is that just how her destiny was preordained? What is your reading of that storyline?
Yeah, I mean, there are so many factors that could be the impediment. One factor is maybe they don't have money. 2, maybe sex after grade. Maybe she has not been giving them, what they want, so they will keep failing her. And that one, maybe she's not smart enough to pass the distance. Maybe carry over. I think I mentioned 3. Then another one could be strike too. The strike.
All right. And the pandemic ravaging Aso Rock, GARBA SHEHU down, all of Buhari's personal staff down, all of them contracted it at the turbaning of the unemployed son of Buhari Yusuf in Daura. What are you making then of C-19 ravaging the city's power?
It could be true, but for the fact they have taken the vaccine, I mean, it's not going to do them, it's not going to hurt them, because since they are already vaccinated, they could be asymptomatic, but it's not going to do them anything. For the fact if they have the vaccine or if they have the booster, but if they have not taken the vaccine, then it could be a life-threatening, to them.
All right. And finally, let me take you to this Electoral Act bill. GBAJABIAMILA reveals when the National Assembly will pass the bill. Buhari, of course, already withheld his assent. But then what are you then making then of essentially the vetoing of Buhari's refusal to assent to that bill? Do you think this is just talk?
Well, man, Buhari is one kind person. The less I think they said the more you see, the less you see. The more you look, the less you see. Anything can happen in that space, which I cannot even predict what will happen. He might just do it to clear himself. To look like a very righteous person. To fulfill all promises. Now, I mean that's the way I'm looking at it.
I somewhat agree. I don't think they will veto him without his assent. So he may well say just remove the primaries clause and veto me. But I don't think anybody is moving against Buhari without a say so. Not anybody in that assembly. All right. Thank you, UK. So good to hear from you, UK. So let's then go on to.
I wanted to say something. I think I wanted to ask you something, but it just slipped from my thoughts. Maybe when I remember, then I
Oh,
can
okay.
comment.
When you remember, you can ask. That no guarantees that I will answer, but you can ask. But
Okay.
thank you, UK. So let's go on then to Emeka, who is
Thank you,
with us as
everyone.
well. Yeah. So Emeka, to you, are you there?
Yeah, I'm here. Good
All
afternoon,
right.
everyone. Or
Oh,
good,
okay.
actually, what time is it? Good evening. Good evening to everyone.
Look at that. Are you Nandekano? Good morning, good evening, good ever, whatever. Why does he even
Lovers
do
of
that?
freedom all
That
around the
guy is
world.
such a character. But let's leave him. We go to the
One
front.
man, one man.
Lovers of
Why does
freedom
he
all
do
around
that?
the
Why
world.
doesn't he just say good day? That is what people say. Good day. What is good morning, good afternoon? Why that's they call that tautology. That's tautology now. Just say good day. This woman here something.
And good
Just
day
good day.
has
I
covered
cover the whole
everything.
day now. Good morning, good afternoon. What is the meaning of that?
Lovers of freedom all around the world.
Good day, good day. That's all you needed to say. I mean, kilo they just have to over embellish. Everything has to be over embellished. That can speak English. Good morning, good afternoon. Yeah, I mean, that guy, man, is a character. But another
Love
person
him.
that is a character, Emeka. So
Yeah.
this now fight, these are two fat girls rolling in the mud, as I've described it, Rojas Okorocha, Hopuzodema. They've now desecrated the sanctity of Anglican Church in the heartland of Christianity in Nigeria, in the East, all for the reasons of wanting to effect the rightful arrest, I would say, of a wayward miscreant at this Uche Nwosu. So that beef then that is spiraling out of control. Your take?
Well, there's been bad blood between Rochas and Ozodema for a while now. So it's but the thing about politics generally around the world, it tends to be personal, but in Nigeria, it's very personal. And what citizens of that so-called country should really concern themselves with is how that personal, sometimes personal beef spills out into how they experience their society. Why should armed men storm inside of a church and start firing bullets or firing bullets outside of the church, right? Why are you endangering lives of innocent people, even if you are trying to arrest or apprehend someone who you think is guilty? And aren't people innocent until proven guilty? And the fact that they've already let him out of custody less than 24 to 48 hours after the armed shootout in front of a church, speaks volumes of whether or not,
No.
what.
I don't think the arrest of the guy is out of order, because if the police need his presence, then they can effect an arrest, and they are not allowed to hold him for more than 24 hours. So if they release him, that is still within the ambit of it. But the process of the arrest and the gangsterism of the practice. Do you remember when they went to
Yeah, so
arrest
that's
Sowore?
so that's what I'm
It's
so
the
that's
same thing, just machine guns everywhere. When they went to Igbo's house, it's the same thing, just shooting,
that's
shooting, shooting.
that's my point.
You don't have to. In fact, you don't even have to just invite him to attend the police station and effect his arrest there.
That's my
And then
point.
if he resists, then you make the next move. It's just this
Yeah, that's my point. It's more
maddening
towards the character
savagery,
of the security forces in Nigeria, right? So why would what is the point of going and unloading live bullets
in a church.
in a church? So regardless of whether he is guilty or not, I think that's left to be proven in an honest court of law if such a thing exists in Nigeria. But to your point, it's a part of the MO of the security forces in Nigeria, whether they're going to, arrest Nnamdi Kanu, whether they're going to arrest Sunday Igboho, whether they're going to arrest anybody. It seems like their MO is to go, guns out, shooting everywhere, and then, ultimately whatever happens. So, I think that the citizens of the so-called country should really be concerned that is the MO of the security forces. I don't think it makes sense to have a personal beef, even if it is one backed by some factual evidence that there was looting. Obviously, these are two of the most hated Imo State governors. Rochas was not a liked person. Uzodimma is definitely not a liked person. But I can say something that it does speak to Uzodimma. He's not going to be able to retire in that state. He's not going to be able to retire in the state. Rochas at least somehow is living there, but Uzodinma is not going to be able to retire. Uzodinma is
Can
not
you
going to
see
retire
Uzodinma in Abuja? Can you see him living in Abuja? It doesn't strike me as somebody that is sophisticated enough for Abuja or Lagos.
I think Uzodinma and Buhari are going to land in the same place, because Buhari is not going to go back to Katsina. He's not going to go to Katsina and be on a farm like he's telling everyone. He's not going to Daura, and it's not going to happen. So wherever
Buhari is retiring to Kaduna.
Okay, wherever Buhari finds himself, that's where Uzodinma is also going to find himself.
All
but
right,
I think it's unfortunate. It's highly unfortunate that that in a quote unquote modern world, security forces are going inside of a church after the man is burying his mother, and they're shooting bullets.
No, it's just crass, isn't it?
Why not just put it on? Why not just put it on television that Uche, you're wanted, and you have 48 hours to turn yourself in? I think he would turn himself in.
Or send the constable with a letter to his house and say, please attend by this time in order that we don't
Nigerian politics is highly personal. You've seen it over and over again. They're not going to do that sort of thing. They're not going to do the thing that they actually need to do. Send a letter, put it on the Rise or put it on channels television. Let what's his name, Abati, go and tell Uche that he's wanted. I'm sure he'll show up. But they're not going to do that.
No, but let's try that first.
That's what I would advocate for.
Yeah, let's try that. Yes, let's try that first. And then if it doesn't turn up, then you can effectively then say that it's a suspect on the run.
Exactly. Yeah. Exactly. But it's not the MO of Nigeria's security forces. Nigeria
AK-47
shooting in the air in broad daylight in the church.
One man, can I interject?
Yeah, come in.
Emeka and one man. You even in Western world, here in this country, somebody kill someone and the police know where this person is, but they said turn yourself in. Exactly. Even somebody that kill a criminal, they know where it is, but they told him first, we are coming from you.
That's right.
But to make it good for you, turn up yourself. And the guy turned off himself.
That's right. Not to speak of someone.
And even if they invited Nnamdi Kanu himself in, rather than go Python dances, he will turn up. He will turn up with his lawyers. He would want to say that he's on the right side of
that's law. Right.
He will turn up with his lawyers.
Right. That's exactly right. But we know that we're in a country that doesn't have that sort. I don't know.
It's a Meidumbo system now where we are being ruled by a
Nigerians are just sitting there looking at their country, thinking that it's normal. It's they should be very, very even if they weren't at the church, they should be very concerned that when someone is supposed to be arrested, guns are being fired in a church. People could potentially be killed, and then all of that 24 hours later, he gets released. It's crazy.
No, it's just gun show, isn't it? That's if it was sufficient enough of a threat for you to go guns blazing, then that does not rhyme with then releasing him 24 hours later.
Exactly.
Have you neutralized the threat that portends for you to be shooting guns in 24 hours to then release him to go about his day?
And there should be something illegal. There should be something illegal. Not that it matters in a country like Nigeria, but in a modern world, in a sophisticated country, it would somehow be illegal for police or the army or whoever the hell those people were to go inside of a church and just start. Who's going to pay for the damage in the church?
I bet thank God no lives were lost. Because if you shoot, you're saying you're shooting in the air, but the bullet can ricochet. And then you don't know what happens next. It bounces. How many times have we heard bullets ricocheting and just taking down somebody?
It's a lawless country.
It's a god. I'm almost tempted to call it a god-forsaken space.
Well, it is. It is. God is not watching Nigeria.
But you say we are the most prayerful of the lot. But let's acknowledge Alexander's super chat, which speaks to that space still. It says, one man, common now, Igbenedium Edo State, stole more than any governor in the history of Nigeria. So, the competition is not for who. Thank you for the super chat. Yes, the competition is not for who developed their states the most, it's who stole the most. This is the narrative of Nigerian space. Right. So thank you, Emeka. But Emeka, let me take you then to the space of oil discovery in the north. So is this then the fast forwarding then of the Biafra nation and Oduduwa nation that we all crave and anchor after? What says
I think people are reading this one wrong. Buhari, if he plays poker, he's not a good bluffer. What people need to realize is with any sort of project that's capital intensive to even start the project, and in this case, I'm talking about oil exploration, or the exploitation of any sort of commodity, this oil that we're talking about. In order for that project to even start, you need it to be an economically viable project, right? You need it to have a net present value. So you need the future cash flows of that sort of project to be positive once you think about the required rate of return. And so that's not going to be positive, right? And so this is a bluff by Buhari to say, we have resources too. What he's missing in that statement, though, is the amount of money, the amount of capital that's going to be needed to actually mature those projects to where it's actually developing any kind of yield. And where's that money going to come from? It's going to come from the South. And the reality is, even once they develop those projects, they're not going to give you that sort of cash flow going out into the future to make it an economically viable project. So even though you might get cash flows in the future, when you think about the amount of money, capital investment to even get those cash flows, you're in the negative. So Buhari is just playing, poker with people, and it's him playing poker because
do you know the game is really playing, Emeka? You know that all states get this 13% derivative that comes to them. So if those states get the designation, then the argument then automatically presents that they should get what the Niger Delta space is getting.
You mean from the oil that they would get from there, or just in general?
Well, if they get the designation as oil producing states, then they just take from the general pool. I'm not sure that they are weighing it according to however they are getting from you. If you have, because Lagos now an oil producing state. So if they get the designation, then they can make the claim. This is
that could be a part of it as well. I just don't think it has anything to do with saying, oh, now we have our resources or we have resources as well that we can think about. I don't think that that's a part of the equation, because the amount of capital it's going to take to exploit those resources, and even if you do have that amount of capital, the actual return on investment just isn't there. So I would say that people in the
you can't say that, because you don't know to what volume the discovery is.
Sure, but so he even admitted it in your reading. He even admitted it. He said that now that oil is becoming somewhat irrelevant, right? So so I think that there was a slip of tongue there, in the sense that
no, it is an acknowledgement of that space. We all know that the oil economy has now a shelf life, because the world is moving away from it as a resource.
It has a shelf life. So are you going to invest billions and billions and billions of dollars in something over the next 5 to 10 years?
Well, they will. He built a Fulani railway from Katsina to Niger Republic, which is not at all viable. So he doesn't look at viability. He looks at.
Well, that's my point. This is in no way something that they're actually thinking. In fact, this changes nothing. That's my point. The oil up there changes. I'm glad that they have it. I just don't think it's economically viable. I don't think it's really a bargaining chip. In fact, your best bargaining chips, you don't show your hand. So the fact that
what are you making of this sectional undertone of somebody that purports or on paper is meant to be the representative of the whole country as a constituency? So what are you making of that sectional undertone that this changes the politics of oil that the Niger Deltans play?
Every Nigerian. Okay, let me put it this way. There are many Nigerians that have both feet out of the door in terms of Nigeria. They don't want Nigeria anymore, right? And then every other Nigerian has 1 foot in, 1 foot out. In fact, I would claim that there are, except if you just don't know what's going on, there are very few Nigerians that are 100% committed to Nigeria. So Buhari is just showing that, right? He's just showing that. I mean, he's just showing the fact that he is someone who is for his people, for his region, for his, that's.
And he has never discussed that all the way through. But you remember when he came in and said, you cannot, in all fairness, expect people who voted in the 90s.
The 5% versus the 97%.
Versus people who voted in single digits. So this is his style. And it's held that all the way through.
But it's not a strong bargaining chip, because I'm telling you, it's your best hand, your best cards you don't show. And for him, if he really thought it was a bargaining chip, he wouldn't have exposed it. because it's not, it's not something where we're always talking about Zamfara gold, which is actually something we should all be interested in. But he never talked about that openly. So this stuff about oil, it's not something that he really has as a strong card. He just showed it. He just played it just so he can say like, okay, yes, blah, 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 blah. There's nothing there. It would take billions and billions and billions and billions of dollars to exploit the oil. And then even when you put in that money, the type of return that you're cannibalizing your own business, because then you're competing against the South. So there's really nothing there. And who will pay for it? The South will pay for the development of those oil wells. So there really isn't anything there. He's just saying it so that maybe what you said, I think is actually maybe more factual, so that they can be oil producing states and they can get a cut of the money. I think it's something along those lines. But in fact, I'd probably guess a lot of states have oil.
Nigeria is one of the most blessed. I think Congo Democratic Republic is probably the only country on this planet that is more resource rich than Nigeria. Nigeria is immensely. We've not even scratched anything of what.
And that's where, to be honest, that's where it becomes very painful.
And there's a lot of wealth. There's emerald all over the north. There's gold all over the north.
And that's where it becomes very painful. For someone like myself who actually looks into this, and probably someone like you that looks into it as well, because the reality of what's going on in Nigeria right now is that they are removing the assets, and the benefit of all of those assets are going into the hands of a few people, and then they're just loading us with debt. And so if you look all around the world, I mean, it's very simple what most sort of countries try to achieve early on. They extract resources and assets from the vast population that can benefit from it. And then they go to countries like China and the US and they saddle them with debt. And so instead of being a country where we're all wealthy and we're literally walking on gold and diamonds and emeralds, and all it would take is the correct organization of our institutions and our government to exploit it and make us all very, very wealthy as a nation, they're going to extract all of that value, and then they're going to sell it off to private investors and private people all around the world. And what is Nigeria going to be left with at the end of the day? Nigeria is going to be left with a whole bunch of debt and no infrastructure to ever pay it back. And so it's going to go into some sort of inflationary spiral, and people are going to be left wondering, how did we as a country get here? And you could probably honestly.
Let me tell you what I think the saving grace of Nigeria will be. Nigeria is immensely wealthy in terms of resources, as I said, but a lot of those resources, we have bitumen to tarmac the entirety of the African space. We have iron ore, which I don't know for whatever reason they've abandoned. Gold, as I said, all over in Osun State, all the way to Zamfara. In Oyo State as well, my home state, there's gold there. There's emerald in places like, I can't recall the state. I think it's actually where in Borno. There's emerald in commercial. So all of these resources completely untapped. So if we ever get to that space where somebody can calibrate all of these things, then all of these debts, they just fade away. We've not even,
Well, I think you're missing a vital component of it,
which is,
so if I give you, if I give you all the ingredients to ofe owere, doesn't mean you're going to be able to make the soup. And so there's a human capital component missing. And
but that is what I'm saying. That human capital component yet to come. But
no, but you can't develop those sorts of things. You can't just develop overnight. It has to be a part of your culture. And so when you look at Nigeria, the thing.
Sorry, when you say human capital component, are you talking about the mass of the working populace or the leadership to point direction?
I'm talking about the action. So we're building railroads all over Nigeria. Why are we asking the Chinese people to build that?
But we have capacity to build it.
We have capacity to build it, but we're not building it. Why are we not building it?
So that is my point. My point is that when we do get somebody in situation that is fit for purpose, all of these things will calibrate.
But that's not going to change. That's not going to change the culture. So Nigeria has a culture right now of not truly exploiting and investing in its own human capital.
But that is a leadership failure, is it not?
It's a leadership failure, but it's not something that you can flip. It's not a switch you can flip and then it happens overnight.
But it is a switch that you can flip, because we've seen switch.
There's decades of investment in human beings that need to happen.
Nigeria can be recalibrated in 18 months, a year and a half.
You can't, even if you recalibrate Nigeria in 18 months, Nigeria will not be poised to now start manufacturing things that people do not have the knowledge to manufacture.
Yeah, but the knowledge is there. Is my
no? There's a massive knowledge gap still in Nigeria. There's still there's a lot of.
How have you identified that? Because we all come and vaunt here how Nigerians all over the world in every field. So where is this knowledge gap?
So if by some magical miracle Nigeria recalibrates itself and creates a hospitable environment for a lot of that brain power, not the brain drain, but they have a brain gain now, and people are actually coming back in, and the people that are there who are also very, very, very smart are also allowed to have an enabling environment, then that's the start of a conversation. But you still need massive amounts of infrastructure. I mean, why do you think that the Dangote refineries in Lagos, they can't even, because they need it to be close to the place that all of the equipment's coming in from abroad. They don't, Nigeria, okay, even if you
No, that's wrong.
Okay, don't think that's
no, that is a subsect. But the main reason
Dangote said it himself.
No, forget whatever it is that Dangote said. The reason why that thing is located in Lagos is for export purposes. That is one of the top of three.
That's a part of the reason.
No, that's the main reason. It's for export purposes. Dangote refinery is built largely for export, not for domestic consumption.
If you listen to what Emefiele said when he was getting queried by all these Oyibo people, he said he said when Dangote refinery gets built, it's going to reduce our need for foreign exchange by 30%. In fact, that's the Hail Mary. That's going to be the Hail Mary of Nigeria. If it's going to be the thing that reduces it's the Hail Mary, basically, if somebody attacks Dangote refinery, it's game over.
Yes.
But so if you know,
do you know why? Do you know why?
If they're going to be refining the oil, it's not only for export purposes. It's strategically.
No, it is. Do you know the? Hold on. I don't think you quite fully understand that space, Emeka. Nigeria is the consistently top 7, top 5 largest oil producing country in the world, oil exporting country in the world, or is it oil producing, so we have countless and even more oil discovered in now. So we have boundless amount of oil. So if this guy gets that near exclusivity to refine that oil, what that guy is going to be refining, I don't think more than 10-15% of it will be sufficient to satiate the Nigerian need. A good 80%, 85% of that is essentially for oil, and the sub-extractions of that all for export. So is an export-based refinery. That is the model for it, and it needs to be at the seaport to just feed it into the tankers and wave them off.
I will admit I don't know all of the numbers around the economics of that, but just by the looks of it, I would say that it's not only 10-15% that we're going to need for domestic consumption. I would say
what do you think the domestic needs? Nigeria we don't consume that much oil. You know that the majority
a country run on generators. What do you mean?
No, it is not the consumption of oil in Nigeria is not that much. It's not that much for a country that size with the population mass. The oil consumption in that country. The oil consumption is concentrated mainly in the major cities.
Yeah, no, I agree. Yeah. I agree. Beyond that, I mean, I think I probably need to just kind of look into the economics of that.
All right, an interesting conversation. But let me acknowledge Alexander's other super chat, and then I'll take you on to another talking point. And it looks as though Alexander is looking for a fight in this with this super chat. He says Imo State cannot sustain itself, not fit for purpose. So Alexander, it's not Alexander that's saying that, or not me. So whatever beating, you have to take the beating because. I'm trying to move away from that because I stand accused of being anti-Igbo. So it's Alexander that is making that comment, not me. But I thank you for the super chat, nevertheless, Alexander. So let me take. You see, he's already coughing. You see, they're already coughing at your. So let me take it quickly to another talking point, Emeka. Okay. And the C-19 that is ravaging then the Aso Rock space off the back of the turbaning of unemployed from Daura, Yusuf Buhari. But of course, we've been there before with Abba Kyari, who tried to use big manism against our C19, and he paid the ultimate price. But again, it strikes C19. It's taking them down one by one in Aso Rock. What are you making then of this development?
Yeah, I mean, call me callous, but I somehow don't really care about the COVID-19 situation in Aso Rock.
No, call it C19, so you don't trigger YouTube. Just call it C19.
Yeah, C19. I'm actually more interested, and I think citizens should be more interested in what is the strategy on ground for the general population, right? I mean, you never hear the numbers about C19 in Nigeria. You never
they are actually sending expired vaccines to Nigeria to the point that we're burning them, that we're destroying them. This is what is going on.
Because we rely on the world for everything. Because we somehow, even though we have the brain power and the capacity to do things for ourselves, we failed woefully in creating an enabling environment to do anything. So I really don't care whether Buhari has C19 or any of them have C19. I don't really care. It's not really what should be more interesting and more appropriate to discuss is why have we heard a lack of conversation around the strategy for developing a robust pharmaceutical industry in Nigeria, a robust biotechnology industry in Nigeria.
Take it easy now. We have Pfizer now. We have PZ now. What is wrong with
you? Those are not our companies. There's no go and look at the patents on those companies.
No, we have Iyalagbo. We have Iyalagbo. Do you not have Iyalagbo in Igbo land? Do you have Iyalagbo?
I've never heard of that before.
You've never heard of Iyalagbo?
No, I've never heard of Iyalagbo.
When they bring one herb and the other and they put it and tell you to pour gin. You don't pour gin. You don't have Iyalagbo. You don't have those mamas with herbs.
See, even if they can somehow...
You are speaking to an Englishman.
Look at that. He's an American now. He's an American. You don't have Iyalagbo in Igbo land. Look at this
guy.
America Peperempe. Look at this guy.
Well, anyway, so yeah, I don't. I think it's serious.
Do you have Iyalagbo? No, hold on. Do you have Iyalagbo in Igbo land?
I've never heard of that. Is that a Yoruba word?
You don't have the mamas that sell herbs, that put the herbs together, that if you say you are sweating, they put herbs together.
We have stuff like that, but
to go and pour gin, not even gin, ogogoro and herbs. You don't have ogogoro and herbs.
There's definitely things. There's definitely things that.
When you come to Nigeria, when you go to Nigeria, you go to Igbo land, and you do not go to the market. You don't mix with the hoi pollois. You don't mix with the everyday man.
I'm gonna be 100% honest.
It's a big boy.
I do not take native American.
You don't take
native
medicine. Look at this guy.
I'm just being honest.
Do you eat hamburger when you go to? Do you eat their local food? Is it hamburger that you eat? Chips?
I'm 100% G.
G. Look at this. Look at this one. Look at this
one.
Are you one of those people that do you take a parcel of food? Do you take a parcel of food when you go to Nigeria?
No.
Do you take water? Do you import water? Are you one of those?
No. But in true honesty, when it comes to water, I have taken water back home.
You admitted, you take water back home. You take water back home.
Water back home. Yeah.
Look at that. Yeah. This is it now. This is somebody that will freeze burger and
I don't freeze burger. I eat all of it.
Yeah, exactly.
You take water back home.
One man.
Do you know ukwa?
I still drink. I still go to a stream. My place we have like a spring water that come from rock. I still go there and put my mouth and drink. I don't give that.
You are one of us now. This one is a
UK is a native man.
It strikes me as a radio Biafra.
UK is kind of lying to you though somehow.
No, UK is a son of the soil. You are some American. You just said that your ancestors are
son of the American.
It's a bit like Radio Biafra, who has never been to Nigeria before, and he's saying he wants the restoration of Yeah, the Biafra. All
right.
Look at this guy.
UK, where are you from? Let me know if you're telling the truth. UK, where are you from?
What about your mouth not that good? I bet.
Look at this one. He says it takes water to Nigeria. Can you imagine that? What about the people there that they are drinking the water? The population is growing from.
You guys not joking. You can't take water.
Look at that.
Anyway, UK, where are you from? Let me know the truth. UK, where are you from? UK, where are you from now?
He's from Imo State now.
UK, from Imo State?
No. I come from Abia State or Hafia.
Okay. So you're saying that you drink water from a local stream, and you want me?
Yeah, I do. Yeah, I do. Okay. It doesn't hurt me. For the fact people there, they have not died, and me, I can't die. Even if it happen any day, I say I'm not gonna stay in abroad. I just take my bag. I'm going back to my village. Straight.
UK, you're telling people you drink water from stream. You want them to leave you.
Yes, I do.
Look, it's a son of the soil. It's a son of the soil. What are you talking about?
Listen, it is not uncommon for people to get typhoid or malaria.
Look at this guy.
What
about the people living there? Do they have typhoid?
Where I go? See, where I go, I said I drink from the distance. My own. It comes from the rock. I mean, when I go there, I take cup, I take it, drink it. Nothing happened to me. I mean,
it's natural water now. Yes, it's not mixed with chemicals.
You know, this is the thing that they put in something.
Maybe you can explain them. Anytime you come to Nigeria, I'll take you to my village. And
listen
if you go to my village, you won't want to come back. Let me tell you. Ask anybody.
No, listen to what I'm saying though. Imo State and Abia State, both of them you can drill borehole. It's less than 100 feet, then you'll easily have water. Even me that has borehole, why will I drink water from the ground where you can get
water?
What is
water?
I'm not telling you.
Hold on.
The water. One man. Let me tell you.
One man, man.
No, I just want to know. No, I just want to know. Hold on. I want to know. Let me ask you, Emeka. Is water the same thing as water? Is water the same thing as water? Also, we are talking about the same. They are the same thing. All right.
They're the same thing. No, but UK, I mean, are you sure that that's your preferred water to drink?
Look at this guy.
No, I do because see, let me tell you the component of water. I mean, I think I did a little bit of chemistry. The reason why I take that water because that water contains calcium. Because if you do chemistry, you should understand what I'm saying. Because that water, that calcium, that water that runs on that rock, because that rock is made up of calcium carbonate, which is
mineralized water. It's mineralized water. I understand.
Yeah, whatever thing you say, but you understand what I'm trying to say. So when I go there, I take the water and drink. Nothing happened to me, my brother.
I don't think anything will happen to you, but I find it difficult to believe that.
No. I said the water. See, listen to me. The water comes from the rock.
Why don't you want to believe him now? The guy said he's drinking the water. You say you find it difficult.
It comes from the rock. It comes out from the rock. From the rock.
Right. Let me ask Emeka one final question, and then we move on. Emeka, have you ever come across the word ajebota? Have you ever come across that word?
Ajebota.
No. Okay, go find out. Then you'll find out. So let's. So that's your.
I think we should. Are you talking about like kind of a weak body? Kind of, is that what?
Ajebota. Don't look when you go and find out. Don't Americanize it or pronounce it the way I pronounce it. Ajebota. So take that as your homework, and then next time you come, I'll find out for you. If you find out what that word means, then it will broaden your scope. But so let's take it on from there and move it on to this space. Electoral Act by GBAJABIAMILA reveals when National Assembly will sign it into law. So it looks as though then signing it to law will be vetoing Buhari's refusal to assent it, and hell will freeze over before Ahmed Lawan vetoes anything Buhari. So what politics do you think is in play there? Are they looking to remove the insertion that offends and then sign it watered down?
I think this is obviously just more politics. I think I don't think they're going to sign anything, to be honest. I don't think that they're going to sign anything. I think it's going to come and they're going to figure out a way to, because the truth of the matter is that they don't want to do anything that's actually beneficial for citizens of Nigeria. So why would they actually sign, even if they want to dilute it, and then sign something to make it seem like they're passing? They're not going to pass anything that has any real substance that would benefit Nigerians. So unless they find, and that's not going to benefit them. So they're going to have to find a way to either insert something that benefits them or table, a part of it that's kind of against them. I don't see them signing anything, to be honest, that's truly going to benefit the population in Nigeria. I don't see that happen. But Anya Kamji.
Look at that. All right, thank you. So before I take you to the next talking point, let me just clear on call to everyone. Just the notice that I've put up to thumb up the stream, and of course make sure you are subscribed. This is how the YouTube reads the algorithm, and I've been seeing some marked improvements in the numbers just off the back of calling you to do that. So if you do that, I'm sure everybody on the screen has done that, but everybody on the stream should do that. Thumb up, it only takes a click, and then subscribe, that only takes a click as well. But this took more than a click, Emeka, for this lady. How I spent 12 years for a 4-year course in Obafemi Awolowo University. So this young lady now, hopefully you heard her story when I read it out, but what are you making of it? Is it a story of misfortune or a story of destiny?
Well, things like that happen all over the world, where people, try to embark on a journey of education and they get delayed for one reason or another. So I don't know her personal experience, but what I can say is that this is not the first time I've heard of someone in Nigeria going to school and then saying that it's taking them, 5, 6, 7, 8 years for one reason or another that's out of their control. So I think one of the, if to say anything, I would say that it's very difficult to plan one's life in Nigeria. It's very difficult.
Let me just give you the backdrop to this lady. Then you understand why I'm asking if it's a story of ill fortune or destiny. So this is a lady that got admission into university, and she wasn't spending those 12 years as a result of the school locking down or her not being able to pay her fees. She spent those years simply from failing exams. She was just failing exams. And then after a while, she'll get fed up and leave the university, find a way to make her way back into that university, and then try again and fail exams again, and then manage to get onto the next stage and fail exams again. So it was essentially failing exams. That is the main reason. But in the course of her failing those exams, she decided then to try her hand at business to support her education and to sustain herself. Very quickly, she took to business and she began to thrive and make a lot of money, to the point that she actually won an award as a business mogul and got a grant. Had 2 establishments in Lagos and Osogbo, and all this while still now she's now locked into that space that I must finish this thing. So she will go into the education, pass some exams, fail a lot, get depressed, go out, but then she turns her hand at business and she's extremely successful at it.
Yeah.
So is that a story of misfortune or a story of destiny?
No, I think that's a story of amazing perseverance, right? Not everyone's going to be, the most book smart or brain smart or, whatever. Some people don't have a knack for reading, or they don't have a knack for sort of the academic environment that they find themselves in, right? I mean, I know a lot of people like that, where they're like, oh wow, how do you do so well in school, but then they're way more successful than me on other fronts, because that's where their knack is, right? So I wouldn't say that this is a negative story. In fact, congratulations to her, because she found that it was important to go back and continue to further her.
She did eventually finish, but then in the course of that 12 years, she built a successful business. So
yeah, that's amazing.
I think she's come out as a winner. But you saying somebody more successful than you, is that a new development? Anyway,
there's more successful people than
I just wanted to remind you how you came in here with your boastful manner that you are richer than Mansa Musa. Remember, you were saying you are richer than Mansa Musa, eh?
Well, you do have to. You always have to put things into perspective. Though I am probably richer than 99% of Nigerians. That is
Look
not.
at that.
That is not.
Are you richer than Mansa Musa? Do you know who Mansa Musa is?
Mansa Musa of Mali? No, he. His failure was probably a similar failure to a lot of other Africans, which is that they always want to impress people. So instead of impressing himself and staying within his own kingdom and truly building it to be a force, he littered the Sahara with gold, and that's probably a story for another day.
Oh, all right. Thank you, Emeka. Stay with us. So from Emeka, we go on to Ajanle Koko, who is also with us. So Ajanle Koko now, oil discovered in the north, hurrah. So Yoruba nation next. So by next year now.
Let me come back after. You can take another person. After that.
All right. Let me go to Igo then, who joins us from Nigeria. Hopefully we have you. Igo, are you there? That is the thing. It's always a network issue. Let me go to Ejiro, see if he's with us. Ejiro, are you there? All right.
Hello, one man. I'm here. Happy New Year in advance, and Merry Christmas, everyone.
Oh, all right. Thank you. And
God
same
bless
to you.
you.
Same to you. It's the Eastern space. They are notorious for tautology. You are from the East, aren't you? Let me highlight this guy's.
I'm not from the East, one man. I'm not from the East.
He's not from the East, one man.
Why are you shifting the goalpost now?
No, it's
I'm from Niger Delta.
He's Delta.
South.
Okay, let me highlight this guy, Clement Aruleba. So he says not ready to make any comment now. Can you see that on your screen? So this is a person. Yeah, it says not ready to make any comment now. So is that not a self-defeating thing? Is that not a comment in itself? So this is you see, not ready to make a comment now. So you comment to tell us that they are not commenting, which defeats the comments that you are making. But that is the thing. But that's.
I think. Sorry, one man. I think a few minutes ago. No, a few minutes ago, I heard you saying. What was it? Mazinam, they can always say, "Good morning," wherever you're watching from. Good afternoon. Good evening.
Yeah.
You like saying you should have condensed it in a good day, like just one word.
Yes.
So technically he might be right, because that time is broadcasting some part of the world, they're in the morning, while some in the afternoon. So you just want to partition the
is that not all encapsulated in good?
But that is how he wants to.
Yes, now it's just that labored language, isn't it? Just along anyway. let me not. That's I like being pedantic.
No, he wants to collaborate it. One man.
Yes, it's just for the purposes. Is that he's throwing agbada, isn't it? It's like those Nigerian politicians that they throw agbada like this, and he's throwing agbada with language. Don't throw agbada with language.
But one man must remember he's shooting a broadcast, and he's the only one shooting it. He's everything there, the moderator, the broadcaster, all and all. He's trying to make the show interesting, I think.
All right.
One man, really quickly. I just texted one of my Yoruba friends. He told me to tell you that it wasn't a silver spoon that I was born with. It was actually gold.
There you are. You see, this is you, Emeka, isn't it, all over, eh? You never miss an opportunity to miss an opportunity. But that is Emeka for you. Thank you, Emeka, Ajebota. But let's quickly go then to Ejiro, and this oil discovered in the north, rather. This oil discovered in the north, and Buhari as ever a factional, sectional person, leveraging it to point mocking fingers in the direction of the south. So what are you then making of the commentary from Aboki from Daura?
One man is interesting. If really they discover oil from the north, I'm happy for them. It's okay. It's all good. But if really, I want to use the word if really, like, because billions has been spent, to carry out that project, like the first one, one of the state, I've forgotten the state now. At the end of the day, they found out that it was borehole water, after a lot of research they got from there, So saying Gombe State and Bauchi, there's oil now, it's a good thing for the North. I think now we all have peace,
But is it a good thing for the Oduduwa and Biafra narrative?
Yeah, because at the end of the day, let's have peace. Let's have peace in the sense, I'm using the word peace in the sense that they can let people go now, because I think why they are holding back is because of the resources, and oil is one of the major resources. They are holding the rest of us back. So if really they say they've gotten oil, then it's time to break up the country. Let's go our separate ways, And again, maybe. Go ahead.
No, I was going to say, if they don't break up the country, is that oil then going to be part of the Commonwealth of Nigeria? Or is it going to go with the Zamfara gold template and then it's localized where it is found and then it belongs to Bauchi and Gombe?
One man, you see, with the Aboki from Dara, the politics is just too much. It's like it's intensifying his politics, like, maybe he wants to, like the oil states, that derivation they are getting. Maybe he wants to slow them in so that they can. Okay, take for instance now. Like, let me give you an example. Imo have oil, correct?
Imo don't have anything. No, they only have.
We have oil. We have oil.
They do. One man. What do you mean they don't have anything?
I've never heard of oil there. They have unknown
Imo have
gunmen.
oil. Somebody should correct me if I'm wrong.
We have oil. I'm telling you, we have oil.
And the Anambra State, do they have oil? Yes or no?
Anambra has oil.
Look at that.
Imo has oil in.
One man, Anambra and Imo. I'm going somewhere.
In commercial quantity, or carry on.
Exactly. That's the word. That is the word that you just extracted. That word. That is what I wanted to say. So the oil in Bauchi, they say they found now, and in Gombe, is it going to be in commercial quantity or just some little? I think it's politics. Maybe they want to slot them in as one of the oil producing states, so that whatever is due to the others, it will also be due to them. I think so. That is what this man is trying to do. So it's just all politics.
All right. So let me take you then to the east, and this never-ending saga Ucheme, Hopuzodema, and
Uche Wonsu.
And Rochas Okorocha, and
that's Uche Wonsu now.
Uche Wonsu now the pawn. So what are you making of that storyline?
One man, to arrest somebody is not a crime if you follow the process. All right. What I see in that arrest is I fought the process in which they arrested that man, this man, Uche Wonsu. You don't arrest people, begin to shoot sporadically in the air, begin to release bullets. Okay, take for instance, you remember when the news broke out, they said he was kidnapped. For example, that bullet hit him, and this man Uche Wonsu died. Did you think that the police commissioner will come out to say they wanted to arrest him and mistakenly they shot him and he died? No, they will just say, okay, they don't know about his arrest. Thank God nobody died in the process. But the Catholic Church, is it Catholic Church or what church is it now?
I think it's Anglican, but more or less the same.
So that church, was a lot of things happened. It's not good. You don't do things in.
There's nothing in the storyline that commends them at all. If you want to arrest the guy, there's a civilized way of arresting people, certainly not with a retinue of gunmen. And if you're going to use gunmen to arrest him, certainly not in a church. And if you are going to desecrate the church by effecting an arrest there, certainly not going there shooting. So it's just a disaster all the way through.
It's a big disaster, And there's something I saw in the video. I don't know if you noticed it. when the arrest was taking place, when they were like those rascal way of shooting all around, his own Uche's and Wonsu's own security that was attached to him that was like supposed to protect him. It's like those ones pulled back, you know. So there was just like they were more like relaxed, or I don't know what played out there, you know. Because if this man is paying you to protect him, and you are not, you didn't even show anything.
Do you mean they should have a gun duel in a church?
No. What I'm saying is, take for instance, like I said initially, if those people were kidnappers, so that could have played out now, meaning they could have whisked him away like that.
No, they said they presented ID.
Oh, okay. I didn't know about that bit. Oh, if they presented that, then why the person shooting the video shouting, screaming that he has been kidnapped? All of that noise, like, you know.
You know how you know what they are like now. I mean, you want us to start. You know what they are like now.
Why are they like? Lecture me. Maybe I don't know.
I will use a Yoruba proverb instead. In Yoruba land, we say "Entobagbade ye otoshi ogbetalaroka." This is what they are like. Entobagbade ye otoshi ogbetalaroka.
That guy went overboard. That guy was screaming for no reason.
No, that is what they are like in the East. It's a drama fest. It's a drama fest. It's a drama fest, isn't it?
Himself. He was screaming for no reason.
All right. Okay. All right. Thank you. So let me take you quickly then, Ejiro, to the electoral space in Nigeria. That push now for electoral reform, the pearl in the piece, the electronic transmission of results. This is the one thing that Nigerians would not yield on, and it looks as though the pressure is breaking the back of the governance, who are now promising to sign that into law, essentially vetoing Buhari's stance against it. So what are you making of this promise of Femi Agbajabiamila? All bluster, no bang, or is it going to follow through?
Femi is just Femi Agbajabiamila is just throwing his weight. I don't see anything he's going to do there, because the man from Dara has already said he's not interested in that electoral bill, you know. So it's just throwing his weight. Like I said, nothing is going to happen. It's still politics, you know. So it's done and dusted. He's not signing it. He's not signing it. And okay, he's going to sign it. Then he's going to pass it to the Senate. And you expect your man in the Senate, Lawan, to sign it. Lawan is 110% pro Buhari. Not going to do anything against his master, you know. So it's just noise making there.
All right, thank you. I've just checked the numbers on the thumbs up, and it's still not reflecting the audience. So if you are in the audience, then thumb it up, thumb up the stream. Let me acknowledge Alexander's super chat before I go on to the next talking point with you, Ejiro. And this super chat essentially to rebuke somewhat Emeka for his boastful manner. I wasn't born with a silver spoon. It's actually gold. That is a very bold statement. You show off a lot about your background. It is kind of unattractive. So that is Alexander just wrapping your knock, just essentially giving you a flogging somewhat gently with your boastful manner, Emeka. So caution yourself.
Alexander, there's many different types of people in the world. There are, there are very humble people. There are humble people who are proud of themselves. They're even murderers. At least I'm not a murderer. I'm a proud person. I'll tell you how it is. If you don't like it, grow thick skin.
Do you know what a blue blood is? When they say somebody is blue blood.
Yeah, I have an idea. Yeah, sure.
Okay, so Alexander is a blue blood sort of a person. He's just a steep, satiated Yoruba elite. If you're talking about the 1% in Nigeria, the 1%ers, I don't think you go far to discount Alexander. Anyway, so if he tells you off, then stay told off. Don't argue back. So let's quickly move on.
All right, Alexander.
Oh yeah, no, no seriousness. If it tells you off, you stay told off because it doesn't tell off often. So if it tells you off, then that means you've crossed the mark. So, let's move Emeka
But one
quickly
man,
on.
before we move on, there's something I just want to strike a balance about. You said to Emeka a while ago that you should go and find out what Ajebota is.
Yeah.
And you were like, kind of like laughing that he doesn't know the meaning of Ajebota, which is funny anyway. He ought to have known.
Yes. He's not a Nigerian now, so how would he know?
Who told you he's not in Nigeria? Emeka, aren't you a Nigerian?
He's not a somebody that takes water from America.
No, hold
to
on.
Nigeria.
Let him answer for himself. He's an adult. Emeka, aren't you a Nigerian?
I have a Nigerian passport. I'm a Nigerian.
There you are. So there you are. That's your answer, isn't it? Do you need more? Do you need more?
It's like what makes Nigeria?
Is he born and bred?
No. Well, he's not born and water though. He's not born and water because his water is important.
No, wait. This is kind of serious. This is kind of serious though. Let me just make one statement and then I'll shut up. Let me just make one statement. I think it's very interesting because this isn't the first time, because of my accent, people are judging how much experience I have with Nigeria. And I think it's almost to my own benefit because I think the average person who hears my accent will think that for some reason I'm very novice when it comes to experience in Nigeria, going to Nigeria, being a Nigerian. So I think there's I don't know why it is. But
it is not your accent, Emeka. It is not your accent because your accent is essentially the projection of your voice. I have an accent. Ejiro has an accent.
You have a little bit of a you still have a little bit of a Nigerian accent.
Well, yes, and there's a Nigerian inflection to your tonality too.
And I don't
which
see,
comes through.
I think the difference. I think the difference is when I hear someone that has a Nigerian accent, and where I live around a lot of Nigerians. And when I hear someone who has a Nigerian accent, I say, "Wow, okay, this is someone who has a Nigerian accent." But I don't conclude anything about what they know. Most Nigerians.
No. You are trying to hide away under the easiest space.
No, but it's true though.
It is not your accent; it's the content of your words.
Okay,
this is it. It's the content of your words.
So how would you know that I don't have experience in Nigeria?
From the way you speak and the things you say.
Like what? Give me an example.
When you say you are carrying water to Nigeria.
That was a joke.
No, that wasn't a joke. That wasn't a joke.
Just think about that statement. Just think about the statement.
Yes.
How much water can I carry to Nigeria? Just think about that statement.
Well, sufficient. You strike me as the sort that will pay extra luggage.
Okay, so you think that I'll be on Emirates or British Airways or Ethiopian Airways. I'll have an additional check-in baggage luggage just for water. How many?
You strike me as somebody who would.
Okay, so you actually think I'm going to carry bottles of water?
Oh, you strike me as somebody who would, yes.
Have check-in luggage for bottled water. How many bottles of water? How long will that bottle?
You asked
How
the
long
question.
Will that bottle of water last?
Well, this is the thing. You probably have more shipped over if you are running out, won't you?
So now you know it's a joke, right?
And again, Emeka, when UK was saying he drank water from the rock, you keep saying he's lying.
Yes.
Why will you say that? Why will you say that though?
How many times?
All of that tells us that you are not really, So you are an American. There's nothing wrong with being an American now.
Water from rock.
Huh?
No, it might be different. One man. How many times when you go back to Nigeria? How many times have you drunk water from rock?
No, I drink it from the tap, like every normal person.
No, but not from tap. From rock.
Well, I don't go to rocky places, do I? I'm a city dweller.
Engineer, you seem like you're nobody, but how many times when you go back to Nigeria, how many times do you drink water from rock?
Many times. Not all of us have rock in our villages.
Yes.
So, what do you call this guy? UK was telling you.
Yes.
Tell you that in his village they have this water coming out from rock, and you keep pushing back that. Are you sure you are saying the truth? Are you sure you are drinking the water? I mean, this guy keep telling you, oh yes, I drink the water, and my people drink it. Nothing happened to them.
I think America don't have experience of rock. What you need to understand is
America is an American.
If you go to villages, you see rock, and you see river. If you go to city, you see taps. So that's the two difference.
And there's nothing wrong with being American, by the way.
There's nothing wrong with being American.
So why is this heavy pushback?
No, because it's because anyway. I think the point is clear.
It's not. You know,
it's not that I didn't believe UK, but anybody who goes back to Nigeria doesn't.
You're protesting too much, which gives us even more reasons for concern. Why are you protesting so much?
Protesting about what?
You're an American now, so what is wrong with that? So what's the
America? You expose yourself to somewhat. You know?
So welcome to Nigeria. Welcome to a Nigerian platform, my burger munching brother.
One more. Let's move on. Let's stop fucking point.
Yes, let's move on. I'm going quickly then to the. We've talked about the desecration of the church. Have we spoken about the?
Yeah, we did. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. Let's go on then to the C-19 pandemic ravaging the seat of power in Nigeria. So it's taking them one by one. What are you making of that? C-19 pandemic of the Tobani.
C-19 again. Yeah. It took your man, what was his name? Abba Carey the last time and some other persons. So yeah, we always take them now because you know what's happening in that country. Even the vaccine that is coming in, so many controversies about the vaccine, you know. It's just like a dumping ground, that Nigerian space. Whatever is not fit for the Western world, the remnants, the crumbs, that's what they bring in, you know. Some of the vaccines, I haven't heard some of them are expired, you know. So the country is, sorry to say, it's a waste of space.
Trump already described it for us now. It's a shithole country. This is it.
The more you look, the less you see. That is Nigeria for you, you know. So the C-19 will always be a threat. Will always cause havoc in that space. So I'm not surprised.
All right. And the narrative of this lady who spent 12 years on a 4-year course for reasons of not really being able to pass the exams mainly, but then discovered a knack for business through her struggles to get that degree. What are you making of that, the narrative of this young lady?
Yeah, you see, Nigerian kind of system of education is very interesting. You know, you go to school in Nigeria, especially the public school, like the federal universities and the rest, which is supposed to be the public school. You go in, but you don't know when you will come out, you know, because the strike in between and maybe like what the lady said, is unable to pass her papers, so many hurdles, you know. Even one of this commander, one of his show years ago, I heard him saying the course that he was meant to take for 4 years, he ended up, was it 5 years or so? He ended up staying in school for 9 years. You know, AY. I think that's what he said many years ago. Because of the system, you know. So if that lady, if it happens like that to her, I think at the end of the day, it's a win-win for her, though. It ended up to be a win-win. So kudos to her.
I would say she came out on top, because if she had gone through smoothly, she would probably not have discovered that knack for business. And then she'll be one of the statistics of people shuttling from one establishment to the other with some certificates, you know, being prepositioned by some chancellor. So it looks as though that's more a story of destiny than anything else. But thank you, Ejiro. Let's go on from you, Ejiro, to Thomas as we continue to shuttle through. So to you, Thomas, then. All right. Okay. Let's go to Thomas first, Ajanle Koko, because I've called him. Then we'll come to you quickly. So to you, Thomas, the oil discovered in Bauchi and Gombe. We're looking at, we're speculating as to if this is the release clause then that gives us Oduduwa Nation and Biafra.
One man. Greetings to everyone. Merry Christmas is in advance and Happy New Year in advance. The blessing of the season shall be ours in Jesus' name.
Amen.
Amen.
Yes, yeah. For me, for Buhari to come out to say that, I think sometimes Buhari statements normally throw me off bar. Sometimes this is a natural something. It's for the country. It's something nobody should be boast about that. It's a plus. It should be a plus to us. It shouldn't be something we'll be discussing about. To me, that is my own opinion. It shouldn't be something we'll be discussing about.
But Buhari says it neutralizes the politics of the Niger Delta. So he essentially is speaking the language of them versus us.
But that's what I'm saying. Buhari is supposed not to be saying this. Are you the president of Nigeria or are you the president of Fulani? No. That is what I think. I still respect Obasanjo. I've said this often and often. You are not the president of Fulani. If we got fuel in the north, it's a plus. It should be a plus to everybody. That means if they get the fuel there, the money they got there will be useful for the whole nation because they share the everything across the 36 states. So saying this now, that means it's trying to tell us that don't boast of your oil that you guys have in your territory. We too now have our own oil. That means they should make sure.
And the biggest oil baron in Nigeria, by the way, is Indimi, Buhari's in-law, somebody from Borno State, where they don't even have chicken, never mind anything.
Yes, so sometimes presidents, I don't know, and they have advisors, and they are paying these advisors huge money. What is the advisor for? To call them, I want to make a statement, I want to make something. What do you think? They are just there for figurehead, and they will not even tell him the truth. President, this statement you want to make is not too good though for the nation. No, let's speak in this manner. Don't speak in this manner. So we have been getting oil from the south from when God knows, and the north has been benefiting from it. Heavens don't come down. So if the north now get oil and the whole Nigeria benefit from it, so be it. It's an advantage. It doesn't
do
be
you
something
think
that
the whole Nigeria will benefit from it? Is the question, a legitimate question going off the back of Zamfara Gold?
You are right. In a normal circumstances, all Nigeria to benefit for it because I said earlier on, the one that we get from the south is being shared across the country, across the 36th country of the state. So to me, it's supposed to be shared equally as we have been doing earlier on initially from the onset. So I don't think it shouldn't even spiral any argument or any fight or people coming back to nail Buhari. Sometimes some statements you should not make as a leader. You should not make some statement as a leader because this is just the beginning. You will see many people
Is
coming
Buhari
out.
the president of Nigeria or king of the north? Is he the president of Nigeria or king of the north?
With his rhetoric, and in its citizens, I can rightly say he's the king of the north because he just speak to that space every time. That is why sometimes I love the United States of America. They don't discriminate. Who are you? I'm a citizen of US. It's not that I'm from New Orleans. I'm from this. They will just say I'm from America. That is it.
Well, they even had the Kenyan. They even had a Kenyan president, didn't they?
But I would say that's wrong. The U.S. is highly discriminatory.
In what way? They had a Kenyan president.
Well,
what
no,
more
no.
do you want?
If you certain states, like it's not the kumbaya you see on the news. That's definitely not the U.S. The U.S. is definitely a very fragmented place politically.
Yeah, we all know that, but broadly, they had a Kenyan president. You can't walk away from that.
Which Kenyan president?
Which Kenyan president?
Which Kenyan president?
No, it's
you
me.
Don't know the president?
It's me that I'm the Kenyan president.
I wasn't aware that the US. I wasn't aware that the US had a Kenyan.
Wow, man, they don't see Obama as Kenyan.
Well, Obama is Kenyan.
Yeah, Emeka knows what you are talking about. That's why he's telling you that.
So if he knows what I'm talking about, then why is he? Huh?
Obama didn't even see himself as Kenyan. How many times did Obama?
Well, he doesn't. Well, what do you mean?
How many times did
Obama is Kenyan? What are you talking about?
Are you from Nigeria? Are you from Nigeria?
How many times did Obama go to Kenya?
Are you from Nigeria?
Several times. Hold on, several times.
What did Obama do for let's just say in general, Africa/US relations?
Well, I'm not part of his cabinet. I'm not part of his cabinet, but
Obama did nothing.
Hold on.
Did nothing.
What are you talking? I'm not talking about. Sorry, to be clear, Obama is Kenyan. What are you talking about?
Obama doesn't see himself as Kenyan.
No, I'm not saying what he says. I'm just saying what he is. Obama is Kenyan.
I think you're both right.
Look. No, hold on. I was born in a place called Discord in Oxfordshire. I am a Yoruba man.
Okay.
I am a Yoruba man.
Woman, you opened your mouth.
I'm an Yoruba man.
Woman, you opened your mouth and you attested to the fact that you're a Yoruba man. Obama
because I am because I am nothing other.
And that's what you believe, and that's
300. I can tell you 300 years, 3 centuries of my history.
Obama doesn't care about
till I'm speaking to you now.
Obama
can tell you ask you a question?
Hold on, Ola. Obama can tell you 300 years history of his family unbroken, and all of that history in Kenya. What are you talking about? Obama is a Kenyan. What are you doing, man? Come off it, man.
If you speak to Obama will tell you that he's an American.
Yeah, he can say whatever he likes. You will tell me you're American too, but you're an Igbo man.
I will tell you that I'm American, yes, but
you're an Igbo man. But you can tell me whatever you like, but I know, and you know you're an Igbo man.
Okay.
You're an Igbo man. That is who you are. That is who you are, and that is what people see you as, and that is what you know yourself to be. You're an Igbo man.
Obama sees himself
you can
more
be as American
Hawaiian.
as you like, but you're an Igbo man.
Obama sees himself more as a Hawaiian than a Kenyan.
Yeah, he can see whatever. Are you not listening? He can see whatever he likes. His father was a Kenyan. His grandfather a Kenyan. His great-grandfather a Kenyan. His great-great-grandfather a Kenyan. The family history Kenyan. His name Kenyan. His blood Kenyan.
That doesn't mean anything to Obama.
Obama is a Kenyan. Come on, man.
Can I come in 1 minute?
Yeah.
Can I say something?
Yes, Obama is a Kenyan. He's half Kenyan and half European, but his father is from Kenya, and Obama also claims Kenya and the United States. He just had to be
born in America.
Here.
Is that how it works? You born a tiger is born in a lion's den and he becomes a lion. What are you talking about?
Obama than you are.
Can I say something, one man?
Yeah, let's hear from you.
See, what makes you the way you are saying now? If you want to go down with it, there's no American, there's no Canadian, because
no, it doesn't matter. Obama is first generation, so that is not sufficient enough.
No, I'm going somewhere. Yeah. What makes you a Yoruba man is because you understand, you interact with a culture.
No.
Once you lose a culture, you are not a Yoruba man.
You are wrong.
You don't understand that there are many Americans that are Nigerians that don't claim Nigeria at all. There are many Africans.
You're not scaring me. They can claim whatever. What they are is what they are. What they are is what they are.
They're not from Africa.
It doesn't matter now. Are you not paying attention? Are you not paying attention?
Quick question to I think that's Emeka.
Yes.
If you take an African elephant, take it to Asia, let it stay there for a generation, are his kids no longer African elephants? Or are they now Asian elephants simply because they've changed their location?
Black League, we're talking about the same thing here. You've already stated a fact. Obama's genetics make him Kenyan. but his personality slashes what he believes. He's not a Kenyan, just like the African American.
What supersedes? That's not my question.
What are you talking about
Can
now?
I interject, please?
Come on, man. Let's hear from you, engineer. Have you heard such a thing, engineer?
You see, one man. I always say this on this platform. That's what we always forget what I call native intelligence, and these are part of the thing that is affecting us. I must be honest to you. This guy, he is Kenyan. Something that people don't understand. Regardless, he grew in America or he's born or he studied everything. Let's just always remember what we call origin.
All right.
Origin.
I think I wants to come with us with blood and soil.
Those are the things that I think my brother Emeka is missing.
No, I'm not missing it. I agree. His genetics are from Kenyan, but you don't know.
His culture is from Kenya.
Everything about him is Kenyan.
His name is from Kenya. Everything about
his culture is from Kenya. It's a first generation American. It's not sufficiently removed.
Emeka, let me clarify you something today. Okay. If something happened today in America, let's say every black race should go back to their own origin. Where do you think Obama is going to go?
That would be that's a relationship of convenience for Obama. You don't understand Obama. That's what.
But I asked you a simple question, innit?
A relationship of convenience for Obama would send him back to Kenya, but Obama does not see himself as a Kenyan.
It doesn't matter what is easy. It doesn't matter.
Let's move on.
No. This guy doesn't get it, man.
No, I get it. You guys don't
because you want to claim. I understand you fully because you want to claim. No, because you are trying to claim some Americanism and you are trying to coast it under this narrative. You are not an American, Emeka. You are an Igbo man.
That's
Obama
right.
is not an American. He's a Kenyan.
I would say Obama is a Kenyan man, but Obama would not say he's from Kenya. Obama
it doesn't matter what he says.
But it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. Just like you can come here and tell us you're American, we know where you're from. So it doesn't matter what you say.
You're a Igbo man now. You eat yellow gari. Do you not eat yellow gari?
Obama didn't. If you guys were living in America, you would understand what I'm saying.
No, guys.
My brother, I am living in America, and I understand what one man is saying.
You apply to vote for Obama,
Look, Emeka, the only people that are not in America here are me. Just the two people showing their faces, me and the engineer. Everybody else is in America.
Yeah, in America.
Now we.
I'm not in America.
Well, yeah, in North America, Canada is
I'm in Canada.
One man, I'm not in America. One man, I'm not in America.
Ijoro is somewhere.
For Obama, right?
Irishman country.
Yes. Let's hear from Ayo. Ayo is coming with some blood and soil. Blood and soil.
I think you guys are conflating a lot of different things here. Your ethnicity is very different from how you identify. Ethnicity is all about your identity. So, fine, I'm a Yoruba guy. I may not have been born in Nigeria, but it's easy for me to identify as my ethnicity because I have lived there. Now, if for whatever reason, I have a brother who has never lived in Nigeria, and he does not identify as Nigerian. I mean, he is Nigerian. Yes, he will tell you he's Nigerian, but deep down, he doesn't really identify as Nigerian. And it doesn't matter what you think or what you feel. You don't matter. It's how he identifies that matters.
Not really. Not really.
Native intelligence. Don't forget that word called native intelligence.
It's not pick and mix. It's not optional choice. You are who you are. You
can have your own opinion about how you feel someone should identify and what they are.
No. It's not how I feel. It's no. Come on now, Ayo. Come on, Nana Ayo. I mean, you're a Yoruba man now. You know these things.
Yes, I am.
Look. It is ingrained in the blood and the soul. It cuts deep, both in history and it's innate. It's to the core of your being, who you are and what you are.
We agree with what you're saying,
and hold on, and especially generationally, if you're newer to a space. Obama is a first-generation American, which makes him even more Kenyan than anything else. Even if it was 3 generations, 4 generations deep, his DNA, if they've kept it undiluted sufficiently, is still essentially Kenyan. Those black Americans that are claiming they are not Africans, they are Africans. They all go on Ancestry and Me, and they find out that they are African, even to their village. You know, come on, man. A tiger born in a lion's den is still a tiger.
You're overlooking a lot of things. No one in America is ethnically American. Unless you're Native American.
Well, there you are.
Yeah, unless you're Native American, you are not ethnically American. So, you know, there are countries that identify with blood and soil, and Nigeria is one of those countries. It's true. Nigeria is a blood and soil country. Right. Maybe some parts of Europe, not necessarily Western Europe, but some parts of Europe are more blood and soil. But other parts of Europe, just like America.
Can you explain that concept to the uninitiated?
So, in theory, and I'm not trying to be abstract here or difficult, but the way it is, the more advanced countries don't identify with or using blood and soil. They identify with birthright. It's just how it is. So, you know, whether you're born in it's
really?
True.
You a black man in America saying that?
Time will come where the table will change.
Look at this guy.
I got a quick question. I got a quick question.
Sure.
So let's say you're in America, right?
Maybe, yeah.
Yeah, we know you are.
Okay, let's say, okay, you don't even need to say. Let's say you're in America. Let's say you're in America. You find one of these white girls, get her pregnant, you have a son. Is your son Nigerian?
If he chooses to be, absolutely. If he doesn't,
that's the same thing with Obama. Obama's father was a student in America and gave birth to Obama. So would Obama now identify as Kenyan? Or American solely?
Blackley, let me just make one point here. This is the point that we're trying to make. It's not that we don't agree with what you guys are saying, because I 100% agree with what you're saying. But there's the experience of living in America. America tends to assimilate people into their culture. It's not like the UK. When you go to the UK and you see Indian people there, like people from India, they retain their culture. They really retain it. You can see them on the streets. They're just how they're dressed. When you see Africans in UK, you see that they still retain a lot of their culture. But America has a very uncanny ability to assimilate people. They kind of force you to try to strip away your cultural identities and become Americanized in one way or another. So there are a lot of people in America.
Hold on, Emeka. Go on. I think we get the point. Do you know Fela Kuti?
There are a lot of people in America, Asians, Africans, every part of the world that comes to America. There's a lot of them that, for one reason or another, because of that process of assimilation in America, in American culture, that they try and drop their identity. That doesn't mean that I don't see Obama as a Kenyan man. What I'm saying is that
because he is a Kenyan man. That's why you say him as a Kenyan man. That is what he is.
But Obama, if you speak to Obama and ask him, is he a Kenyan president or a Kenyan man? Obama will say no.
All right. Hold on. Let me ask Emeka a question, and then we must move on. Emeka, do you know who Fela Kuti is?
Yes, man. I love Fela.
Okay. Have you heard of his song Colonial Mentality?
I might have heard it in the past.
Okay, let me give you a strap line from that song. Just excuse my attempt to sing. Fela Kuti said in that song, it says, "Colo mentality. You be slave before, they don't release you now, but you never release it yourself." Do you know what that means, or do you want me to translate it? You be slave. You be slave before, they don't release you now. When are you going to release yourself, Emeka?
I 100.
You are an Igbo man, and
one man. I'm proud of you. I'm proud of you, one man.
When are you going to release yourself? You are an Igbo man, and Obama is a Kenyan. Kolo mentality. Look at that.
Woman, can I add to it what Fela told us in Germany before he died?
Yes.
So Fela was in Hamburg. Yeah. And then they told us, and then we went to one place they call a Buke. It's a club, big club in Hamburg. And then he was addressing the Africans. Then he said that the the first, regarding the colonial mentality. I said that the first phase was these people came to take us as slaves. Now we have come to enslave ourselves. So
I 100.
So hold on, Mr. Meka. So Obama or any other black people, they could say to people what they are. People don't see them as what they are saying to people they are. It's what they see you as you are. So in Germany here, hold on, very important point. Those GIs, there were a lot of black Americans serving in Germany. You know what I'm saying? Millions of them. They always, so, but in Germany here, they see you as an African. Then it will take you maybe 20 minutes to be explaining that you are from the USA, you are from Nigeria, you are from Ghana or whatever. That's German. So if Obama should come to Germany, hold on, if Obama should come to Germany tomorrow, if it's not announced, hold on.
And rightly so.
Yes, and if hold on. So if Obama should come to Germany tomorrow, and without government announcing that Obama is coming, he will not be allowed to enter so many restaurants in Hamburg and in Hanover and in Munich. So you are simply what you are. It's not what you are telling people what you are. It's what people see you to be. That's what Obama is saying.
Tony, it's a new development. This
Tony, I agree with you for the first time.
Let me just respond. For one man, I 100% what you're saying.
I can't call my daughter a German right now because my daughter sees herself as a Nigerian.
Okay, but listen, wait.
Germany is one of the few countries where you can't assimilate.
What you're saying.
Because you're born there, because you live there, doesn't necessarily make you
to assimilate. Hold on. To assimilate is not to jettison what you are.
Exactly.
To assimilate is not to jettison what you are.
One man.
It is what you are. It is what you are. You are. It is what you are. Not. It is what people see you to be, or people see you as not. If it take you maybe 100 years to be telling people that no, I'm not an African. So I just give that example, an instance of the American people who didn't know where they come from Africa. When they come to Germany, they are simply Africans.
All right, thank you, Tony. Let's hear from Emeka and then Black League, and then we get back to the conversation.
Thank you, sir.
Then Black League, yeah.
I 100% agree with what you are saying, one man. We're on the same page. We're on the same side of the table.
Go to the but.
There really isn't a but. If you ask Tony in Germany, that's in Germany now, are there Africans in Germany? Because he's not going to say no. He's not going to say no. If you ask Tony now that lives in Germany, are there Africans that even though they were born in Nigeria, have they lived in Germany for 10, 20 years, and now they themselves believe they are no longer African? They believe that they are German. Are there not Africans like that in Deutschland yet?
Yes. That is what what that sickness is called. Is that illness is called inferiority complex?
Exactly, and so that's what we're getting at.
But let me tell you something. I was having a 12-man team. Only one was a black man from Agbo. The rest were white people. They were all Germans, and then they cook coffee, they do everything for me. So one guy is from Ekiti, my friend. He died now, Peter. So he said that. So he said I should show him how I get my wizard. Where I get my wizard from. He said because I never see because many black people here they always say that they always claim to be Germans when they have this German passport. But hold on. But when the German police control you on the road, because the German police is bound to stop you at any moment.
I know.
So, hold on. And when they see you with a German passport, they will deal with you more than the people with 6 months or 3 years because they are so angry, they are so pissed off to see a black man.
Germany is not a white settler country. Germany is a white country. There's a difference.
Yes, thank you very much. You may be Arab or Thailand. If you come from Thailand, you come from Burma or Myanmar, come from China, you are a German because you are white. But if you are a black man, you come from USA, they will put you to where you belong.
Nevertheless, in Germany, in Deutschland today, there are Africans, there are Nigerians that were born in Nigeria, grew up in Nigeria, but when they go to Germany and they live there for
but no more than 2,000, but not more than 2,000 Africans are having the pure German citizenship. No more than 1,000.
All right, Tony, let's hear from Black League and then we must move
yeah,
on.
Black League, my friend. Yes.
I'm up for it. Yeah, let's hear from Black League and then we move on. Oh, we've lost Black League.
No matter where you're from, as long as you're black, you're from Africa. It's as simple as that.
There you go.
Peter Tosh. Yes.
Guys, this is a very complex issue you guys are trying to simplify.
It is not at all complex, you know. It is not at all complex.
I want to hear why Tony thinks is Ayo thinks is complicated.
I'll report Ayo to Buhari.
No, please let me just listen. I know who I am in Yoruba man. My name is we all know what my name is. You call me a Yoruba supremacist. So I am super proud of my identity. I'm super proud of my origins. But I can understand if a Yoruba man was born, say, in a foreign land and he has no Yoruba experience. You guys are talking about Obama. I'm not sure if you've read his book, Stories from My Father. This guy met his dad consciously the first time when he was 10. And he met his dad for about a week or 2 weeks. And then his dad was trying to impart knowledge. And he was thinking to himself, why does this guy feel like he has some control over my life? I don't know him. He's a stranger to me. So his dad is a stranger to him, but you feel like he should embrace his dad's culture. I mean, come on.
No, we've seen pictures of him. Hold on. We've seen pictures of him even pre-presidency as a young man in his village with his grandmother smoking, with his brothers who are full-blood Kenyan. So he has always associated himself with his own country, Kenya. We've seen all of that. We've seen images, we've seen video clips of this guy as a young man going to his roots to associate with his own culture, which is Kenyan.
He's a photo African. That's who he is.
But the thing is, as much as because Obama actually wants to be African, he
is African. Kenyan. He doesn't want to be. He is.
He doesn't. He never had that exposure. He doesn't.
Any black man is African.
He doesn't know that first-hand history. He doesn't have that first-hand history of living with a Kenyan who can teach him the nuances of Kenyan culture. Like you were taught the nuances of Yoruba culture, or Emeka was taught the nuances of Igbo culture. It's nuances that make you who you are. That is how you identify.
So my brother is DNA that tells you who you are.
Thank you.
Your DNA tells you who you are.
Time consumption. Because Obama was campaigning to be a president, and then some opposition were telling him that he was not an American. So what else do you expect him to say? He wanted to get that ticket at all costs. You know what I'm saying?
Your DNA is your hardware. Your DNA is your hardware. Your consciousness is your software. Your outlook in life, your ideology.
Grammar is just a speech. Grammar is a talk. Grammar.
Okay, let's keep it simple.
Move on.
I just want to conclude with this.
Sure.
Since Obama's mother is white, let's go, and she's American white. Let's go with how the white Americans see it. Now, during slavery, when they brought majority West Africans over here to America and made them slaves, and then the slave owners, that's the white people, started having kids with the slaves and all that, raping them and all that history. That a law came out to say if you're 1/32nd, if you have 1/32nd black blood in you, you're black. It doesn't matter how white you look.
Is that not Jim Crow?
Yes, under the Jim Crow laws.
Right.
And that's very popular. That's part of American history. That's when all of this was legal. This wasn't nothing illegal.
Right.
So Obama is half black. He's way past the mark they put. They would refer to him as African.
We know Obama's Kenyan. Obama doesn't know Obama.
So I don't see the controversy if they are referring to him as an African to the percentage.
Okay. Hold on, everyone, gentlemen, please. Let me play you this, and this settles it.
Kogelo lays claim to the Obama name like no place on earth. And right now, it's all you hear in this tiny village. Barack Obama visited in 2006 when he was a senator. Since then, asphalt has been laid on the roads, electricity has arrived, but some things like education still need much improvement. At Senator Obama Primary School, this boy is named after Obama. His classroom, like many others, is overcrowded. Conditions are poor. His father says only a private school could offer what children need. Next door, Kogelo Secondary School carries the same name. They say they'll change senator to president should he actually visit here. It has the same problems as a primary school, but one Obama plans to change that. Mama Sarah Obama, the president's grandmother. She lives just down the road. Obama was 25 when he first visited Mama Sarah at her homestead. 25. Things have changed a lot since then. Orphans are given hope.
So there it is. But Obama is not an African, no, he's not a Kenyan.
One man. If an Igbo man was president of the United States,
don't worry about it. He's a Kenyan.
Let me tell you this right now. If an Igbo man became president of the United States, you'll realize. In fact, Nigeria would already have changed.
An Igbo man have become the president.
If a Yoruba man,
there's a better chance of that.
If a Yoruba man became president of the United States, you'll see a big. Obama doesn't. If I am Obama and I really saw myself as Kenyan, Kenya would completely be a different. You don't understand.
No, I do understand, but maybe you don't. But thank you. So let's get back to Ejiro, who had the floor. But we saw the video clip. Oh, we know the name. Oh, we know his history. But it's an
thank
American.
God. That's why our chief Ayo didn't say a word.
Well, I mean, that was propaganda. That was
Jega, you said.
They named it after him now. They named the school after him. They said
he's been visiting since 25. They
said if he ever comes to visit there, not that he's ever come to visit there, they'll change the name to President Obama School. He never came to visit there. That means
is anyone on this panel?
Hold on. Don't rewrite history now. We know what we heard.
We responded now. They said if he ever comes to visit there.
Obama. His classroom, like many others, is overcrowded. Conditions are poor. His father says only a private school could offer what children need. Next door, Kogelo Secondary School carries the same name. They say they'll change senator to president should he actually visit here.
It has the
same problems as a primary school, but one Obama plans to change that. Mama Sarah Obama, the president's grandmother. She lives just down the road.
This absolutely makes no sense.
Obama was 25 when he first visited.
I don't understand.
No, listen. Don't talk over it because that's the point.
Obama was 25 when he first visited Mama Sarah at her homestead. Things have changed a lot since then.
So there you had it. Obama was, or do you want me to play it for you again? Obama was 25 when he first visited Mama Obama. I mean, why are you arguing, Ababa? Omega, come on now.
He hasn't even been there. That's why they didn't change the name to President Obama.
He hasn't been there.
Emeka, wait it now.
No, listen. Listen to what they said. He said if he actually goes to visit.
Come and take your menu.
Sorry, I just have to do this one last time, and I need everybody to be quiet for this.
Obama has gone to visit his mother.
Can you hold on? Now, when I say everybody, that includes you.
Electricity has arrived, but some things like education still need much improvement. At Senator Obama Primary School, this boy is named after Obama. His classroom, like many others, is overcrowded. Conditions are poor. His father says only a private school could offer what children need. Next door, Kogelo Secondary School carries the same name. They say they'll change senator to president should he actually visit here. It has the same problems as a primary school, but one Obama plans to change that. Mama Sarah Obama, the president's grandmother. She lives just down the road. Obama was 25 when he first visited Mama Sarah at her homestead.
I'm sure you heard that, Emeka. Obama was 25 when he first visited Mama Obama.
And that school wasn't named after him then. They changed the name to the school when he got.
Did he visit there? Yes or no?
He visited there, but he didn't
That's all.
But you just said he didn't.
Oh, are we serious now?
Oh no, we are serious. That's why we went back. That's why we went back because you said he did not. That's why we went back.
Go visit his grandmother. But when Obama went to go visit his grandmother, that school wasn't named after Obama at that point in time.
So is the school makes him African or what? What's the school got to do?
I don't know what he's talking. So I don't even think he knows what he's talking. You don't know what you're talking about.
He went to go visit his grandmother. Was the school named after him at that time?
No, but you said he has never been there.
We're talking about Obama being African, right? Or not African?
No, him seeing himself.
So he visited his grandmother. Yeah, it has something to do with the school. It shows you where his grandmother is from, and you see in a picture. He's African.
He went to do a bar. What is the equivalent of a bar? Home cooking.
Panko
from grandma.
It's just like you having your kid and never take them back to grandma in Nigeria until they're 25. It's the same thing. Does that mean they are no longer Nigerian?
You see, that's why I accepted it, but Emeka is still trying to accept it.
Even Obama accepts it, but
Ugali. Sorry, Ugali. Ugali.
I think Black League has hit the nail on the head.
What?
Black League has hit the nail on the head. He said, if you have a kid and you don't take him back to Nigeria until you're 25, does that mean that you stop seeing him as Nigerian? You may see him as Nigerian.
No, he didn't say that. I said, does it make him less Nigerian or does it make him not Nigerian?
As far as he's concerned, it doesn't. But as far as the kid is concerned, he doesn't feel Nigerian. He has no Nigerian experience.
Yeah, but do you not hear it? I'm just going to. It is immaterial how he feels or what he thinks.
This is ridiculous.
It is immaterial. What you are is what you are. What you are is what you are, irrespective of what you
are. What you're saying is what the exact thing you're saying is what you think someone thinks you are is who you are. No. That's not what I said.
It's not about thinking.
Obasanjo said that his Nigerianness. Obasanjo said that his Nigerianness overrules his Yorubanness. So is Obasanjo not Yoruba anymore? Is he a Nigerian?
No, he didn't deny that he's Yoruba. But I'm saying what you are is what you are, irrespective of how I see you or how you choose to see yourself. What you are innately and fundamentally by virtue of being what you are is what you are.
Let's look at this. Let's say, for instance, hypothetically, I identify as Nigerian, right? Because I've lived in Nigeria. My dad is Nigerian. What if my mother is Jamaican and I have maybe been to Jamaica once or twice in my life, but I now become the president of the United States, and obviously it's good politics for Jamaica to embrace me, right? So I go to Jamaica, I go see my grandmother or my great-grandmother or whoever is still alive there. They name a couple of schools after me. And every single Jamaican is like, oh yeah, he's Jamaican. But I'm thinking to myself, yeah, I'm kind of Nigerian. This is how I identify. How would you explain that?
Well, you probably should have used Ghana as an example because we had Rollins. We had Rollins for that narrative.
Are you going to determine where people are from or where people decide to?
No.
What do you mean?
You know what? Shall I tell you what determines who you are? Your DNA. That is what determines who you are.
Okay, so how would you explain, given the example I have just given to you, how would you explain my Jamaicanness?
Your DNA defines who you are. Your
DNA.
So am I Jamaican?
Because it's the same.
Okay, let me ask a question then. One man.
I'll give you a quick example. Please.
Let me ask one question.
Hold on, Emeka. Yeah.
Okay.
Go ahead, Blackley. Give me an example.
So you can. I've personally met Nigerians here. Where I know these people are Nigerian. I walk up to them. Where you from? They say New York, or they say New Jersey. I look them again. I say, "Where you from?" Then they tell me what part of Edo State they're from. You understand?
Okay,
so it doesn't matter what you say. You understand? Someone who knows better will be like, "Nah." Obama's biggest scandal was the birth scandal. You can look that up. That's the birth certificate. They were saying this is an African. According to our law, you have to be born in the U.S. before you can become president. The biggest scandal against Obama is accusing him of not even being born here. Of course, that's a scandal. We know he was born here. but that's how much the society looks at Obama as an African.
Let me make a point. I think this will close my case. One man, come back onto where are you now?
And just to add to that, it was Donald Trump. It was Donald Trump who was the #1 accuser.
Yeah,
that Obama was not fun.
Really quickly. If you wake up tomorrow, and surprise, they've run a DNA test and you actually are a Fulani man. Your father is actually Fulani. Now you've lived your entire life now as a Yoruba guy.
Exactly.
But you wake up tomorrow. This is just not going to happen, obviously. But let's say it's hypothetically. You wake up tomorrow and your father actually is a Fulani man.
No, don't use Fulani. Use Hausa. Use Hausa.
Okay, use Hausa as a Hausa man. Now. Are you a Yoruba man?
No, I'm an Hausa man because
okay, so you're a Hausa man. So all this,
yes.
So that from that day you wake up. So that from that tomorrow you wake up. From the next day you wake up. You can't speak Hausa.
No. That doesn't mean he cannot speak it.
No, I will have to embark on a journey of discovery.
Let's stick with the Fulani because that would make more sense.
No. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter who you pick. I think the example. The example itself is flawed because it doesn't correlate. No, it doesn't correlate to this narrative. You're speaking of ignorance. You're speaking to ignorance.
Black League. Can I ask my question, please? Can you just
how can you answer your own question now? You put the question out. Let's answer. Okay, ask.
Emeka, you ask questions.
Before you ask anything, before you ask anything, let me just for the purposes of my own sanity and heart and balance, let me just check one thing. Ajanle Koko, are you still a Yoruba man?
Very, very, very much Yoruba man.
Okay, so all is well with the world.
Okay, but one man, then please, Black, try not to interrupt me on this.
Because I don't show anymore now.
But if you woke up and you found out that you're actually your dad is actually a Fulani guy, right? So now I want to know, is it?
You told me not to make reference to.
Are you now? a Fulani man?
No. If you're asking hypothetically, then I can make that choice. So use a different you can even say
use a different example because Obama's father was never confused about where he's from. Obama's father always knew he was from Kenya. So use a different example. That's what I'm trying to get you to see.
Can I ask a question?
The example is flawed.
Can I ask a question?
The example is flawed.
No, it doesn't relate to Obama being African or not.
No, but it relates to something fundamental that we're talking about, which is the DNA versus
Obama's father didn't have mistaken identity. He knew he was Kenyan.
No, he knew exactly. There you are.
No, so one man, you don't want to answer the question. That proves my point. You still be Yoruba.
It's not like Obama's father was Fulani and later found out he was Kenyan. That's not the case. He always knew he was Kenyan.
The point remains. It's what does one man think himself to be? Does he think himself to be because of the experience a Yoruba man?
I've already said, but if you missed it, let me just say it just for the purpose of clarity. You are defined by one thing and one thing your DNA. Your being defines who you are, not the culture, not the narrative, not how you were influenced, not the language you speak, not the food you like, not the music you like, not the people you associate with. Not wishful thinking. Your DNA.
You say then you're a Fulani man, right? You won't care anymore about you won't care anything. Maybe you'll still care, but you'll say that you're a Fulani man, right?
Well, I wouldn't be a Fulani man because I don't want to be a Fulani man.
No, but if we're
using Hausa as the narrative,
no, but that's my point. You won't get to choose. You won't get to choose.
One man, can I ask a question?
All right, let's hear from Ola, then we move on because I think I don't think anybody is giving in.
I don't know if someone has asked this question. If your mother is from India and your father is from Nigeria, then by your DNA, who are you?
You are Kamala Harris. That's who you are.
Very good question.
Wait
Very
now.
good
So
answer.
wait now. So you are neither Africa nor India. So you are confused. You are in the middle.
No,
So who
no.
are you?
When it comes to DNA, DNA uses percentages. So the
Wait,
black
Black League.
Well,
Don't
why
let us be
now?
biological. We are going biological.
No.
It's
Hold
not.
on.
It's never
Black League,
50-50. It's
Black
never
League is right.
50-50.
No.
Sorry. Hold on.
It's never 50-50. It could be 60-40. It could be 70.
It's not a function of biology. It's a function of sociology here now and civilization.
This is not even a debate.
You're a black man.
Let me just put
how you
something
express phenotypically is very different from how you express genetically. It is always 50-50. You have 50% of your father's DNA and you have 50% of your mother's DNA. Now you may seem to look more like your father phenotypically, as in your outward expression, but your overall DNA is 50-50.
Yes,
I
agree.
I'm just disputing
what I mean by it's not.
Yeah. I just want to put something to you, Black League. I don't know if you consume a lot of all this online stuff, but I do. And there was a period when a lot, especially of the Black American population, they were going through this process that they called DNA and Me, where they were spitting in tubes and sending it off to have their DNA traced.
23andMe.
Yeah, whatever. They're doing a DNA test to check just who they are. There's a lot of confusion of ancestry in that space. And almost to the man, not one of them had more than 70% African. They have Scandinavian, they have a little bit of Arabia, they will even have Asian in them. So they're a real potpourri. But the dominant always DNA is African, which then essentially makes them African, because nobody is puritanically homogeneously of one entity. You're a potpourri. All of us are, except for me, of course. I'm full blood.
What I mean. That's what I was referring to when I said it's never 50-50. Because the black genes are always dominant. That's a scientific fact. When it mixes with any race, it's always going to be the dominant gene. And they look at the percentage. If your percentage is the majority, you can have 4 different mixes. Whichever is the majority, even if it's not up to 50%, that's what you would claim.
The Black League.
Even Habiba Kenton. Habiba, hold on. Habiba.
Habiba, you told you now. You are saying who don't know.
No. Habiba is a Kano. Is from Kano or Kaduna State. Is based in the USA. Habiba at the Kenton. You know that guy, Sodaguma. She's very pure white, but you should know her. She's doing some cooking stuff. In the USA, she's very popular.
Black League.
No, Habiba, and
Habiba Oshiomole.
No, oh my God, Oshiomole is not from. Habiba is a Kano woman from Kano. The mother is from from India.
I know that woman.
Thank you very much.
She's
that woman.
She's a bit fat, yeah.
Yes. Very, very fat woman. But she hold on. She always say that she's an African. She's from Kano State, Nigeria, and then she'll be telling the whole world how they escape the Sharia system in the north. You know what I'm saying? And then how her dad always go to the airport in the USA.
How did we get to Sharia now? When we are talking about
No. How her dad always beat the custom in the USA.
No. So sorry, Ola. Let me move it on because we are coming up to 3 hours now. Oh yeah. All right. Thank you, everyone. I think we are never going to agree on that space. But let me come back to Ejiro, who hopefully is still with us. So Ejiro, are you there?
One man, what topic are you? You're not with me anymore.
I'm still with you now.
Apology, brother. Apology.
Sorry, apology. Nobody you start.
Apology. The most gentleman on the platform today.
Yes. Thank you, Ejiro. Well, so Ejiro, let me take you to the rough fight in the east. These 2 girls rolling around in the mud, Hopuzo Dema and Emeka and Rotas Okorocha, with this Umosu guy now in the mix. But the desecration of an Anglican church, that is where I draw the line. What are you making then of the goings on in the east?
Once again, one more. I think there's a mix-up. I flogged that issue before now. You went to Thomas. You left me. You went to Thomas and...
all right.
You have to Thomas.
Oh, no. Thomas has left us. So let's go on to Ajale Koko then. So Ajale Koko, to you then, that question that I've just put to
what happened?
We always catching you eating. Ajale Koko, what are you eating?
I'm just eating some little nut there.
All right. Is that Christmas leftovers? All right. Okay. So to the topic.
So what the police did was very,
do you want me to come back to you?
No, I'm okay. I'm okay now.
All right.
What the police did was very, very uncivilized. Church is a sacred place. Church to some country, like in America, is a safe haven. If immigrants are running away from immigration officers and they run into the church, they are protected here. But in the case of Unwosu, he went for a church service, they were there, and the police bumped into that church. They have no respect for the congregation, they have no respect for the religion, they have no respect for anybody just because they wanted to arrest just one person. It just shows that Nigerian police lack that training. Maybe they are not well trained. I believe they are not well trained. I mean, we have flogged the issue about Nigerian police here before. Nigerian police they are not well trained, and they don't even know what they represent as the implementer of the law. The principle of law, they don't even know it. So
is this
when
a full,
you have officers,
is this a full animal because we cannot say that they are not trained, they must be trained, but are they acting in a manner that they feel will be pleasing to the person that has overall charge of them? Is this a full animal?
I don't think it's a full animal. It's just the way they are trained. They are not well trained to know even the basic principle of the law, that what the law says. They don't even know it. Because if they are well trained, they would have been trained that you cannot go into a religious house while religious session was on to arrest anybody. You can wait. They should have waited, spotted him, waited for him to come out, and then they can effect the arrest. And that is, this guy is not a criminal. He's not a person that is not well known. Everybody knows him. They know where he lives. They know his house. They can easily send a letter of invitation to him to come to their station. And I believe that guy will have honored it. But you see,
even if they wanted to arrest him in that church, they could have stationed outside, sent one in to politely excuse him outside and effect the arrest outside of the. Going to church.
I don't know. I don't know what he had done or what he will have done that warranted him to be arrested at the church or around the church premises. It's even wrong. They know where he lives. They can go to his house and arrest him in his house. That is the normal thing to do. He is not a criminal. He is not a terrorist. He is not a murderer. So what I'm trying to let you know is that we saw the way they bump into Shore's hotel and the way they whisk him away. This is just their practice. They are not well trained. And the headship of the Nigerian police, I mean, we know they are corrupt. We know they are ill-equipped. Police, what do you call them? Is it police force? They call them. Everything is a force. Why should they use force on the citizens? I mean, Nigerian police force, no respect for law. The law does not, I don't think that the law gives them that power to arrest anybody in religious house in Nigeria.
Can you imagine them doing that in a mosque?
There will be disaster.
Okay, supposing that guy had his police, his security officers around him. If his security officers had engaged those police officers and they kill some of the police officers in an attempt to save his life from being kidnapped, let's say maybe they perceived that they are kidnapper that came for him, and they started shooting at them and they engaged in the shootout, and they killed some of the Nigerian police officers, what would they have said today? They will have accused him of murderer. They will have accused him of something. So it is just sad that we have a police department that uses force to carry out their assignment under democracy. This is just, it just show that we are not there and we can never be there. We can never be there like this. This is not the...
Are you actually surprised by this? Are you surprised by this? You sound surprised.
Why won't you be surprised?
Because Nigerian police have never respected human rights. So I don't.
Yes, that's what I'm saying.
Right.
Under democracy.
Yeah, but my contention is people are worried about it being in a religious place of worship, which is kind of silly in my opinion. But the next president, if he's Christian, he should try and do the same thing in a mosque for equity. You know, I mean, I'm so tired of if they're going to disrespect human rights, then it should just be everyone should just have their rights trampled on. Whether you're in a mosque,
do you realize we operate an apartheid system in Nigeria? Do you realize that?
No, it's because the Southerners are cowards. That's all. I mean, seriously.
In the north, Buhari said he could eat.
Guys and drag him out.
Do you know where?
The reason they did that was to convey a message. That's all. So
those police officers that did that, do you know where they were stationed? Where they usually work? They work in the government house of Imo State.
Right. So, well, listen, nothing happens because of the unitary system, the stupid unitary system of government we have. Nothing like that happens without the consent of the Inspector General of Police. Nothing. So if you're trying to say that that order was given by some guy in Imo State, that is not true.
That order was given by the governor, consented to by the IGP. Consented to by the IGP.
Right.
And then it was carried out. It's all that was a political arrest. Why? Because him and Governor Uzodinma both contested to be governor. Both of them lost.
What part of Nigeria you're from, please?
There you go. So the order
both of them lost.
The order may have been given by the governor, but it was signed off by the IGP. I guarantee you. No governor.
Yes, we're saying the same thing. We're saying the same thing, but I'm saying it was initiated by the governor. Why? Absolutely. Because it's political.
Yes. So
yeah, of course, the IGP gives the last directive for such a high caliber arrest because he's not just anybody. He has been in government before.
Exactly.
Well, this is the way terrorists operate, as far as I'm concerned. This is
Coco, do you think they are not well trained? Do you actually think that's the problem?
No, they are not well
trained. Those officers work in the government house.
Those
are the best trained police officers in the country. Is it that they are not well trained, or that is specifically the directive they were given?
The training they give Nigerian police is brutality. That is the training. That's the concept of their training.
But they're well trained in that.
Brutality.
Can I interject?
There is
yes,
nothing.
also
Brutalization. That is their concept. Yes.
There is nothing in the discharge of their duty throughout all of the experience of the Nigerian population in their interaction with the police force. They've tried to change it to a police service, but it's still a force. There's nothing in the discharge of their duties to the populace that suggests that they are well trained. They will stop down for driver and start to slap the driver and the conductor.
My own argument is they are well trained. My own argument is they are well trained. The problem is what type of training were they given?
Have you been to police college before?
They were given training to brutalize citizens and protect the regime.
Yes,
the inception, the Nigerians did not create the Nigerian police force. The British created it. There was no single Nigerian that was there when they created the Nigerian police force.
We have attained independence.
It started with the British, and it was. I'm trying to tell you why it's still called a police force. What white man referred to it as, instead of police departments that we have in all of civilized world. It's called a police force because that's the original name.
It's actually called police service now. It's called police service now. But let's hear from engineer.
On their uniform, you still see NPF, Nigerian Police Force.
Yes.
Why do Nigerians say that when someone's coming to political office, why do they say it's their turn to rule instead of it's their turn to govern? Have you guys ever thought about that? Oh, the APC is ruling, or the people are ruling.
That's just the colloquialism. That's the colloquialism. But let's hear from engineer who has police experience. Let's hear from engineer. Engineer, you have police experience. Your dad was I think his dad was a commissioner or something.
Yeah. Well, what you need to understand, Nigerian police of today, they are not trained. The only training they give them is once the employ them.
It's apes obey, isn't it?
This is what happened. Once they employ them, they will give them a shot and a white top, and their first sitting was I think their first training is to go and they'll gather all of them and bomb them with tear gas. That's to test their capacity and their ability to see how strong they are. Then apart from that, what they do, they teach them about how to handle a rifle. Then when it comes to towards the evening, that's what we call tattoo. They call it tattoo. Tattoo is like kind of gathering and to tell them what to do the next day. And the next day, what they do, most of the stuff they do in barracks is to go and sweep their senior officers' front of the building. So those are the kind of training they do give them. When
the DSS is probably going to be after you, engineer, giving out these secrets like Kunle.
No, it's commonplace. It's apes obey.
It's not a secret. when they come to qualify, they'll do their march pass and the rest. This is the beginning of the horror lifestyle. So most of them, they're not being well trained. They just go out there because they have a target. They have a target of how to return some money into to the senior officers. So if they put you in some position whereby you're having some milk and oil, if you're not delivering very well, they will remove you and put another person there. And this is how it happens. And the way they are doing, sometimes that's why you see the policemen, they slap people anyhow because they're being under deliveries. They have to deliver some amount of money for them to use.
Are you saying that the Nigerian police are employed to go and haggle their citizens?
No, to rob people. To rob people. Yeah, that's what
basically
they are employed for them to deliver. I can't use the word called.
When you say deliver, are you basically saying commit crime in order to get
to rob people? Yeah, armed robbers.
Well, if you said that, that's all right. But one thing you need to understand, even though in Nigerian schools we have seniors, we have juniors. So sometimes seniors they demand something from the juniors, and the juniors have to deliver, and that's how it works in Nigeria.
Well,
so you mean crime? Basically, it's like criminal activity, and that's basically what you're talking about. Criminal.
Yeah,
activity.
but what criminal? What? Well, they're used to it. You're calling it criminal activity.
Well, it's crime.
It's crime. I mean, we shouldn't be afraid. See, that's the thing. We shouldn't be afraid to call crime. You know, that's the thing that's holding Nigeria.
Yeah,
back.
but the thing is, what I'm saying to you is normal. It's normality back home in Africa.
All right.
Well,
let
in
me
Nigeria,
get back
let's
to
not typecast all of Africa.
all right.
Nigeria.
Let me get back to Ajale Koko for reasons of time, because I know you guys will start to debate it. But Ajale Koko, so thank you for that. Let me move you then to the north, Ajale Koko, and this discovery of oil. This is then the green shoots of the birthing of Oduduwa nation and Yoruba nation and Biafra nation. Because of course they're only interested in the oil. Now they found theirs, so it's bye-bye then. The Fulani is packing their bags. Ajale Koko.
Amen.
Yeah.
Yeah, they reported that they discovered about 1 billion barrel of oil in what's the name of that river? Bauchi River Basin or something like that. So they said it's about 1 billion barrel. But the stakeholder in all industries have been asking from government, you know, they've been asking them for proof, and you know, to be asking government to come out clean about their that discovery that they reported, but they have not really satisfied those stakeholder in all industry, you know. So, but let us just take it the way they reported it, that it is true. When they will start the exploration is what we don't know. We don't know their plan. We don't know what they want to do. So this is a country that is operating democracy, but nothing is transparent. When you have democracy that does not run by the virtue of transparency, that means you don't have democracy, and that is what we see here. But the comment of the president is what I want to really comment about. Is a statement that discovery of that oil in the north will strike a balance between north and south. I don't know what that man is trying to say. That statement is a statement of it's not. It's unfortunate that it's not a statement that show that man is a patriot. It's not speaking as a president of that country, a president that believe in the unity. That shows that it does not believe in the unity of that country. It's a statement that calls for concern, and I think that if we are a nation that have the press, where the press works for the people, the press should be able to, you know, attack him, you know, on this statement. This statement is not a statement of unity, but a statement of disunity, a statement that is unpatriotic to the corporate existence of that country. So this man is showing it to us every day.
To the question that I asked Thomas, to you as well, is Buhari the president of Nigeria or king of the north?
I think it's more king of the north. than the president of Nigeria. He has not demonstrated that he believes in oneness of that country. He has not demonstrated that. He, looking at the appointment, the imbalance in the appointment of people to strategic positions in the country, you can see the imbalance. It's not, you cannot, it doesn't match at all. It's one-sided. The most strategic position are owned by the northerner. If you look at the military, the top maybe 22 position, the top highest 22 position in the military, only 2 are from the south. So what does that tell you?
But are you surprised by this? I mean, after 6-7 years of him being in power, are you? I mean, look at what
I'm not saying I'm surprised. I'm not saying I'm surprised.
No, it's not surprised, but it's continued alarm at the. We have to continue to highlight it. We cannot. Yeah.
I don't think Buhari has ever hidden the fact that he's pro North and pro
North than pro Nigerian. He's not a pro Nigerian man. He's not a pro Nigerian leader.
He was asked why he's constructing a rail line to Niger, and he said, "My cousins live there." I mean, what more are you expecting this guy to say? I mean, he's already shown you who he is, so I don't know that it makes any sense for us to keep on expecting him to be what he's not. He's told us he's shown us who he is. He's told us who he is, but still we're somehow expecting him to be the Nigerian president. He's a Nigerian president because Nigeria was hoodwinked into electing him there, primarily by Yoruba man, by Tinubu. He hoodwinked the entire country to put this illiterate person who doesn't even know how to pretend to have national character as the president, and we're expecting him to do what? I mean, the best thing this guy can do, and hopefully he will, because he's said so a million times, is just leave in 23. And then hopefully, this has taught Nigerians a lesson to be very careful with who you put in power. I mean, we've had despots in the past, but most of them, if not all, have at least pretended to be of national character. This guy doesn't give a shit.
Yeah, but do you think the space that Buhari has opened up now is the space that we needed opening up? Because we've always pretended as though we were one nation, but not everybody.
I think Ayo, your statement is kind of concerning though, because you're saying that you hope that this has taught Nigerians to think about who they put in power. I think more importantly, this should teach them how to reorganize if they want to stay one country. I don't, but if they want any chance, shouldn't this be a lesson in terms of the institutions that they have in Nigeria more so than who they put in power?
It is a lesson, but how do you bring that into bear is the thing, because we've seen now that these lessons have shown themselves glaringly, but then how do you take the learning and actualize it and practicalize it is the thing. So what happens next is the thing, and how can it legitimately happen? Not the chanting of Biafra and all that nonsense.
Right. Well, I said it last time. There's a disconnect. A lot of Nigerians feel that what's going on is a concern to them, but very few of them see it as a personal problem. And so Nigeria's a country.
No, you're just playing semantics. Everybody knows that there's a problem, and if you know that there's a problem, then the next course is a solution. So, but how to get from the problem to the solution?
I don't think it's that simple, because let's just for instance take what's going on in Benue, right? There's over 1 million people in Benue living in IDP camps. Right. Maybe people are concerned about that. I don't even think people are truly concerned about that, as long as
right.
But let's say they're concerned about it. Has anyone here seen anything on national television in Nigeria talking about solutions to that problem? Why did we spend the entire summer talking about? This is the thing. Why did we spend the entire summer talking about grazing routes instead of how to get these people?
There's a plethora of problems within the Nigerian space. the grazing route equally as egregious. You may not agree because, of course, human lives in the Benue narrative. But, you know, the Benue narrative, the grazing routes, the Fulani headsmen, the kidnapping, the unknown gunmen, wrap it all up into one singularity. The country has a problem. Everybody knows that. The country has a problem.
Well,
Several problems, but it has a problem. Yeah. But then how do you go from there to the solution? It's not
I think
Biafra chanting. That's
I think the last domino needs to fall. And as much as it kills me to say this, I think the Southwest needs to really start to suffer. That's the only way. That's the only way. By the time Ibadan, Lagos, all those places become maybe like some other places in the country, the Yoruba media will sit up and stop talking from both sides of their mouth. And then,
my brother,
did you just say Yoruba media?
I mean, Yoruba runs the media in Nigeria. I think we all know that. That is not a controversial.
My brother, all the major media houses are owned by people from Edo State, Edo State, and the Delta State. They own the media. Channels, Edo State, AIT, that same region, Edo State. Okay. So I don't see where the Yoruba media is coming from.
All. Guardian, the Guardian.
That's why I interrupted you. My bad.
All right.
That wasn't my point. I wasn't trying to say it as
you want to blame Yoruba every time. Every time you want to blame Yoruba.
Hold on, Tony. Just let Ayo go through because we are now pushed for time.
Right. The point I was trying to make is Nigeria has a cash cow, and it's not oil. It's Lagos. Lagos needs to fall. That's just the truth. And then everyone will sit up. Everyone likes to say it's oil. It's not oil. It's Lagos is the cash cow of Nigeria. That's why
how so? How so?
What do you mean, how so? If Lagos was
the question.
If Lagos was an African country, it would be the 5th largest African country or the 5th highest revenue generated African country. That's if it's an African country.
Yeah. How is that wealth sourced?
How is that wealth sourced?
Yes.
Enterprise.
Enterprise.
Most of the, if not, 80% of Nigerian enterprise is generated through Lagos. I'm not talking about.
And why is that?
What do you mean? Why is that?
This narrative of Lagos wealth is a bit of a misnomer.
This is not controversial, and this is not. This is
it is not. It's not actually factual. No. It's not factual.
Okay.
Lagos is not. Please. No. Lagos is not. Hold on. Lagos is not stand-alone wealthy. Lagos is wealthy as a consequence of Nigeria. It's not standalone wealthy. Lagos is wealthy as a consequence of Nigeria. Remove Nigeria.
I don't even know what that means. I don't know what that means.
Then I'll explain. The wealth of Lagos is predicated on the Niger Delta oil wealth, which is the wealth of Nigeria, is predicated on that golden Zamfara that we're talking about. It's predicated on the emerald.
Abuja's wealth is predicated on the oil wealth, not Lagos.
Yeah, Lagos was Abuja once upon a time. Lagos was built as the capital.
Seriously, bro? Seriously?
Yeah. Was it not? Was Lagos?
That's a fact. That's a fact.
Lagos was.
Right.
So, let's not.
Lagos does not have a. Lagos is a fishing settlement.
What is this guy talking about?
No. Yeah, no, you know that.
Are you nuts?
No. Lagos is a.
I think very plainly.
Take away all the accoutrements. I've had this conversation with Ajale Koko. Take away all the accoutrements. Take away all the accoutrements of Nigeria. If you boil Lagos down to a singularity as a standalone, remove all of the trappings that Nigeria has ever vested upon it, and what you have is a fishing settlement. That is what Lagos is, a fishing settlement.
That's not true. That's not true. It is. Whoever saying that one man is right does not know the history of Lagos. Everything you say before.
I'm not saying this as the impression I get is that you think I'm saying this as a Yoruba thing. I don't care. It's not about being Yoruba or anything.
Well, it is really.
I've said it before.
I'm not saying the wealth of Lagos is because of Yoruba people, because it's not.
What is it because of?
It has a great geographical advantage.
Which is what? More so than Lome.
Well, let's just stick with Lagos. This is what we're talking about.
No,
You know,
it's the same. It's the same coastline that straps through, isn't it? So what stands Lagos
doesn't
out?
have the same population, one man.
No, hold on.
What attracted the population?
One
how
man.
many
Lagos is just Takpa people now. Takpa
If
don't
you
even
allow me to speak to that space, I will answer you blackly.
How many deep sea ports does Lagos have? If you're
now,
bringing
who builds the seaports?
If you're bringing heavy machinery into Nigeria, there's only one place you can bring it.
The federal government. The federal government built the seaports.
Who built the federal government? And where did they get the money from?
Let me tell you this. Let me tell you
this.
It's
a fishing settlement. That's all
not
it is.
It's not a fishing settlement. The Apapa Wharf port was built with the wealth of Lagos. We weren't having oil then when Apapa port was built.
Thank you.
Not by Nigerian.
How was the wealth acquired?
Oh, how was the wealth acquired?
Oh, please, let me take
it. What are you talking about?
Please.
It was built in 1903.
The wealth of Lagos.
Yeah.
The wealth of Lagos today is not.
It was rebuilt by Awolowo in 1950.
The wealth.
It was rebuilt by Awolowo in 1956 to the modern standard way you see it now. It was not built by this thing. It was by
the wealth. The wealth.
So
the wealth
look,
of
when we are talking about Lagos by its geographical location has given it that wealth, being the gateway between Nigeria to other parts of the world. Anything going out and anything coming in is coming through Lagos. That is the wealth of Lagos.
Okay, yeah, but is that not the
where
point?
the wealth comes from?
Why
It's not
that decision to only put the ports in Lagos?
You're not getting
all money.
Oh my God.
I think I understand what you're saying, but I don't think you understand what I'm saying.
Hold on, Blackie. Hold on. Let's hear from Ola as well, who we have not really heard from. Ola, to
you see one thing, Black League, we are talking about federal capital. We forgot that. We are forgetting something that's just federal capital territory we are talking about, Lagos. That's just region, that's just the administrative center. That administrative center didn't industrialize Western region. That's the critical point you are missing there.
That's right.
Just type of Abuja today.
Yeah.
As moving FCT to Abuja, as that industrialized Abuja? No, you are missing that. Awolowo through the value chain, it built around cocoa and some kind of agricultural produce there.
Thank you.
Develop the Western region.
It was 100%.
I understand that, and I know the history of Awolowo and the Western region. I'm talking about the wealth of Lagos State. And I am saying that one man is right, saying that the wealth that was predicated on the Nigerian, on the relation to Nigeria. Lagos wealth is not secluded to a Apapa seaport. No. And I understand the contributions by Awolowo to the Western region. It was almost unrivaled in Africa. I understand that. That's not what I'm speaking to.
I've just told you something. Federal capital territory did not industrialize Western region. That's a fact.
That's a fact, but that's not what I'm speaking to. That's not what I'm speaking to.
Now, the advantage of Atlantic Ocean now and the economy
you
of
are speaking
Lagos
to
attracted. See, because development across the country was not uniform. Now, people started migrating, and for the fact that Lagos has that advantage of Atlantic Ocean, you can move your goods out. So everybody wants to access Lagos.
Goods from where?
Yes, and the federal government made it so. If not, all the states in the south should have a seaport.
Hold on, Black League. Let's stay with all goods from where? You can move your goods through the seaport. Goods from where?
From everywhere across the country.
Right.
You can move it from Lagos to all over the country.
Right. No, is it good from Ghana?
And the people all over the country pay the taxes.
Are we disputing?
Are you not getting the point? Are you not getting the point?
No, but Ayo's point is perfect. Then what he's saying is that when Lagos starts to feel the crunch, regardless of you guys can squabble about where Lagos got its wealth from, but the point Ayo is actually making is what I agree with, which is when Lagos actually starts to, when the Southwest, especially Lagos, where people feel it flying and feel comfortable. When they actually start to feel the pain, that's going to be the thing that really starts to hurt Nigeria.
Well, of course, yes. No. That's not the quibble. But he went on to say that Lagos can stand alone.
It can stand alone. It can stand alone.
Lagos can stand alone.
Lagos can stand alone. Let everybody go leave Lagos for their hometown, and then we will see how Lagos will prosper more than the way it is now.
Okay, why are you not building cargo airport at Kano and modernize and
forget all that. That's a red herring. That's a red herring. Let's hear from Thomas. Here.
Yes. I would tell you today, 70% of the food they are eating in Lagos is from the north. Did you agree with me?
Forget about that, Jade.
Not. Your mother from north?
Are we not producing food before?
Yes, now because it was a fishing settlement, so they were eating fish. Now they have protein.
Lagos is beyond food. I mean, seriously, come
on. My brother, I'm just saying, let me land.
Let me land. Let him land. Thomas.
So, you want to tell me that all the food they are bringing from the north doesn't add to the economy of Lagos State?
Come on, man.
Look, what is the point of this argument? If we don't consume the food they bring, with the food not rotting on their head over there, what are you talking about?
Exactly.
What are you talking about? We are the ones that make their economy to prosper. It's we, the consumer, that make their economy to prosper. Do you think we don't have land? We don't have land to make our own farm?
It's the same thing I was saying about Lagos. It's the same thing I was saying about Lagos. It's the money that comes from the...
Getting to Lagos should be the question you should ask yourself. Why are people coming to Lagos?
That's because majorly it's because of the seaports. The seaports, the economy came after, and the infrastructure. That's the answer to that.
Oh, sorry about that. Sorry.
Lagos actually has pretty poor infrastructure. There's a seaport in Port Harcourt. Actually, Port Harcourt was the capital before Lagos was.
Yes.
A lot of people like to say Lagos was...
it's now defunct. Yes, it's now defunct because everything's trafficked to Lagos.
Was also a capital before Lagos was. So
it's now defunct. It's defunct.
Right. So exactly.
Yes, it was a strategic move to move it to Lagos and then make the major seaports in Lagos. That's why Port Harcourt seems
was in Lagos.
If not,
Abuja is the capital now.
Abuja is not your capital. Abuja is for the northerners.
Wait now. How can you compare the growth with Lagos?
You cannot compare the growth because you're dealing with a landlocked state and a coastal state. You can never do that.
One more, can I interject, please?
Come in.
One more, I want to say this. Let me quickly ask you this question. What's this narrative you pointing out saying Lagos cannot stand alone? Why do you think Lagos cannot stand alone? I just want to know.
I'll explain it if people will allow me. You see, Lagos is a tiny little fishing settlement. That is all Lagos is. But the wealth of Lagos is predicated on the size of the country, which is Nigeria, and the wealth of that country, which is Nigeria. Lagos was the capital of Nigeria pretty much all the way through, from periods of the colonial era all the way through all the administration till I think 1991 when it was moved to Abuja. So all of everything, the concentration of the seat of power was there. That was the public face of the country, and that was where the money of the country was spent. All the infrastructure, Third Mainland Bridge, seaports, national theater, stadiums, etc., road network, all of these things that facilitates for the growth of that space. Before a fishing settlement, now a modern city built off sorry, do you mind? So it's built off the wealth of the Nigerian state. That is what built Lagos State. What sustains Lagos State is still the wealth of the Nigerian space.
Thank you very much.
All of the traffic that goes through Lagos.
No, let me talk to you.
Let him land the point.
No, let me talk. No. Let me talk to Ejiro. Ejiro, you are my brother.
Let one man land the point.
No, they won't let me now. I told you.
No, he has landed. He has landed. Sorry.
I have not. But but Lagos on itself, the totality and the entirety of Lagos State is a fishing settlement. And the whole thing that makes it is
one man, you cannot sound condescending when you put it this way. I understand what you're saying, but it sounds a little condescending when you say
that is what it is. It's a fishing settlement.
So, woman, what you're saying then is that if Nigeria breaks, you're about to have a lot to lose in terms of Lagos, right?
No, don't, because the wealth of the Yoruba space will insulate, and the development that the Nigerian state has built Lagos to will sustain. But Lagos essentially a Nigerian project, and its traffic and wealth Nigerian.
So before then, Ejiro, we should be ashamed of ourselves. We should be ashamed of ourselves because what one man is trying to say is that, indirectly, is that if the open water port, Sapele port, which we also build by Awolowo or improved by Awolowo for us, then if we are able to have that one, then we will be traveling from Lagos to Benin before you get your teeth to worry. You know what I'm saying? And then from Calabar. So
okay. What you just said, Calabar and Warri Port. If they
Sapele.
Yes, all those ports. If they open them today, it will impact on the economy of Lagos.
Yeah, only 10% will be moving to Lagos. Only 10% goods will be moving to Lagos.
It will heavily impact the economy of Lagos.
Because Lagos depends on the Nigerian state for traffic.
Yes. You're confusing federal wealth with Lagos.
And then no, hold on. I'm second now. There's breaking news. My friend left yesterday for Nigeria. He's not taking through Lagos airport. He's going to land in Asaba. Ordinary Asaba, small Asaba. Ejiro, we should be ashamed of ourselves, me and you. We come from Benin before worry. Now we should be ashamed of ourselves.
To be honest, Asaba is Delta State now.
I know, but that is something, but that's an Igbo land. They are claiming Igbo, Igbo people are claiming it. You are here. You want to open Double Airport?
Tony, I always wondered why does Bielsa and Delta not have
we're confusing the wealth of Lagos with the wealth of
Are we moving topic? We are moving topic.
So that's what one man is saying. That's what one man is saying.
No, that's not what I'm saying. No, that's what you're saying.
I'm just saying indirectly. If you all the airports.
Tony, you know industrial estate very well.
Come on, Ola.
Wait now. You know Nigerite, Tower Aluminium, and all those estates, industrial estates in Ikeja. Do you know that place belong to Odua Investment? Have you ever thought of that?
No, I didn't say no. That's my space. That's my land. That's my land. I'm telling you that what one man said is that if they open up all those other, hold on. If they open up Warri Port, Sapele Port, even they are building one port now in Benin. They are building some port in Port Harcourt. Then all this Calabar. The Lagos traffic will reduce. And right now, the breaking news that people are not flying directly now from Germany here.
Talking about the legacy port in Benin.
And then Sapele Port, we have Cocoa Port. Cocoa Port is there. Then they say Ajabodudu. You know Ajabodudu?
All right. Okay, thank you, Tony.
You know Ajabodudu?
Yeah, we know it.
I do know Ajabodudu, yes.
I know that they also have a port there. You know, if all the ports are operating, then Lagos will decrease.
Tony,
the port activity will decrease.
Tony, let me just speak and you understand me. When during the first region, when we were passing the regional this thing, Enugu, the eastern region were developing at their own pace. Lagos developing at their own pace. Even in north, where they used to produce cotton, eyes and skin and all those things, they were developing.
Let's not add no. Let's talk about the south. Let's talk about the south.
Tony, please continue.
All right, thank you. Let me get back to Ajanle Koko. Now I have the window. So Ajanle Koko, round off your thoughts on that space. But this is the thing. This is the beauty of it. Everybody with their own opinion. But Ajanle Koko, to you.
Yes, Lagos, whether we like it or not, is a blessed land. It's been a very prosperous place before the colonial even came to Lagos, to Nigeria, because that coastline is where our ancient people, our ancestors, moved their goods from Yoruba land to other Yoruba land in Togo, in Ghana. So it's that Lagos has been a very, very prosperous commercial location before the white man came. And that is what the white man saw that made them build their administrative office in Lagos. So whether you have Nigeria or no Nigeria, just like Ola was saying, during the First Republic, Awolowo did not depend on revenue from Lagos because Lagos was not even part of the West. It was the money from cocoa that we were able to build industrial estate and everything that we were able to do. And
it was part of the West, though, because he built up a lot there. It was part of the West, but I see what you're saying.
No. Lagos, Ikoyi, and Lagos Metropolis, outside mainland, that Lagos Island and Ikoyi, and those places, they are not part of the West. They were not part of their Lagos colony, or how did they call them then? They were not.
Yes, it was a colony on its own.
It was a colony on its own, but the wharf was part of the West. The wharf and the Apapa and come to Ijora side, all those one are part of the West. So we were controlling the port then, and Awolowo rebuilt the port that the colonial master built in 1903. He rebuilt it to that standard you see today.
Yeah, we know.
So what we are saying is that, look, we will have still been better off. We would have been better off than this if we had that system. If that system had continued, and we would have been better off than what we are today, because the industrialization that we had then in the Ikeja, in Ibadan and other places, we would have been better off than what we are today.
I agree with you.
Saying that, and it was that money that they were making from that port, that Nigeria were making from that port, wharf, that they used to build that Tinkan Island that you have today.
Ajalinkoke, I don't think anyone is disputing that.
But saying that Lagos, if other part of Nigeria leave Lagos or they establish the Lagos is a fishing port, or what did one man call it? One man was, but that description, I think it really underrates the potential of Lagos.
He was just joking with you. You know?
No, he was not joking. He was not joking. He was serious. No, he was not joking. No, this is not the first time of saying it.
I was not joking. Lagos,
don't take it personally. Don't take it personally.
No, Ajalekoko is not taking it personally.
No, I'm not taking it personally. No.
Kuro, because you are too racist. You are too racist. You only say that you are Yorubas, but woman is a Yoruba. But when we say the fact that
hold on, do you know when Tinkan Island was built?
You see,
Tinkan Island was built around 1975, 76, or something, or 78.
Right, and who was president?
It was Yaradua that built it. It was Yaradua that was in charge of all those places.
So a Nigerian project.
What I'm saying, that money was realized from the port, the wharf.
I think
the money that they use.
So it's nothing to do with the oil money.
The revenue.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
I'm telling you.
Yes.
I'm telling you.
You don't hear?
It was the port, that wharf port that Awolowo rebuilt.
It's the oil that comes from from our state.
Money that they use to build the Tinkan Island. So what I'm trying to tell you there is not the oil money. It's not the oil money that make Lagos what it is today, but the revenue that Lagos were able to generate by due to infrastructure that they are able to put in place that generate that money for Lagos.
The infrastructures in Lagos were essentially built by the federal government.
Tell me, mention them. Mention how many. Mention how many.
We've just
mentioned
mentioned
how many.
We've just mentioned the Tinkan Island, and we have the data to show.
But Tinkan Island port, because the Tinkan Island port, Ajani Koko, please let me just say one thing, please, please.
Okay, say.
The Tinkan Island port is the revenue it generates is infinitesimal. It's really small, even till today. That is why there's so much.
All right, the third mainland bridge, Nigerian project.
There were 2 bridges before third mainland bridge.
Kata Bridge that is falling down. Yeah.
National Art Theatre.
The National Art Theatre federal project.
No one uses it. It's
all of the roads, all of the road network. What about the road network in Lagos?
Yes.
Have you lived in Lagos? Road network? Are you kidding me?
The fact of the matter is that if Lagos decided to break away today, Nigeria would collapse.
No breaking. We're not breaking away.
Nigeria will not collapse. Lagos will collapse. If Lagos breaks away, Nigeria will not collapse if Lagos breaks away. Nigeria will carry on. It will regroup and carry on.
One man. No. You are wrong. You are wrong right there. Let me tell you. Nigeria, if Lagos State sink today, that is the end of Nigeria. Because why?
Why?
Why? I will tell you.
Okay.
Lagos contribute 30% to the GDP of Nigeria.
40.
Okay.
Yes.
40%. 40%
okay.
GDP of the country.
Yes. So,
40. And listen, it has nothing to do with oil.
Lagos is the 7th largest economy in the whole of Africa.
What makes hold on. Hold on.
Lagos is an economy on its own.
No, don't run away now. Stay steady. What makes it so? What makes Lagos this big economy?
Thank you, please.
One man, I have a follow-up question too. After when you're done, I have a follow-up question to Ajaleko.
Yeah, what makes it this big economy?
Thank you. $1.6 billion. Listen, please don't interrupt me, anybody. Please, just give me a few minutes.
No, if you are saying something that is not factual, but carry on. Yeah.
Okay, $1.6 billion in 2021 was dedicated to the tech sector in Africa. $1.6 billion. Do you know how much went to Nigeria?
60%.
Exactly. Every single penny of that 60% went to Lagos. Every flicking single penny.
Not every penny.
Where else did they go? Please.
I'm not saying
no. Let's not quibble that. But
overwhelming majority.
But why?
Okay, we'll get to the why later. We'll get to
you keep dancing around this why. Let's get to it now.
Actually, let me hold you to that spot. And let me give you the why, which you will also quibble. I've done a video on this. There are 113 million, I said, 113 million Nigerians that buy data for the internet, not for phone use, but for the internet. So that is why.
No, it's not why. What are you talking about, one man?
Okay. It's nothing to do with the market.
You think Nigeria is the only country in the world, or the only country in Africa with
okay, I got a quick question.
The point is this. There's a very, very serious, well-known tech ecosystem in Lagos around the world.
Right. Dominated by Yorubas. Dominated by Yorubas.
Who cares? See,
no, I'm asking you. Is it dominated by Yorubas?
Come on, man. Come on. Why do we have to do this every time?
No. So is your argument not for a Lagos standard?
My argument is for Lagos. I don't care whether it's dominated by Yorubas or not.
Yes. That is the point. if you are saying there's a concentration of the tech talent in Nigeria, in Lagos, then I'm asking who those tech talents are.
Why? I haven't even made my point, and you're already trying to claim.
No, because you're trying to gloss over some pertinent details.
Yes.
That are important to you, but in the grand scheme,
that are important to your narrative.
No. So what I was trying to say is this: Lagos has a very vibrant tech ecosystem that is world-renowned. Everyone knows that, and it has nothing to do with data. It has more to do with innovate. It has a lot to do with innovation. The fact
but who populates it? Who populates it? Who populates the tech?
The entire country populates Lagos, and that populates the tech.
Guys, let's not lie to ourselves. It's dominated by Yoruba. Listen, it's dominated by Yoruba people, but it's highly financed by white people, Indian people, and Lebanese people. But Yoruba people are the face.
I disagree. The tech industry has a strong Igbo presence.
There's an Igbo presence.
What's the data that showed you that one man?
Oh no,
where did you get your facts from?
Anecdotally.
Where did you get the facts from?
No, anecdotally. I'm saying that anecdotally because the Igbos they've always had a penchant for science and technology.
That is not true. You see, that is where you got it wrong again.
No, they've always
one man.
Igbos are notorious engineers, but
you got it wrong. Just because Yoruba doesn't make sense or brag, that's why you are talking like that.
You see, the point that Ayo is making actually makes my point, but
Right, okay, I'll give it to you. Yoruba people dominate the tech industry, but that wasn't my point. My point is Lagos attracts a lot of foreign investment. In fact, it's the only place in Nigeria that attracts foreign investment. I'm not even just talking about the tech sector.
No, but that's because of its population and the economy.
It's not because of its population.
That's just like saying
the economy. You don't pick one, live one.
It's not, what economy?
So they don't have population in Katsina.
Do you guys know how long the capital of Nigeria has been moved away from Lagos? Do you know how long it has been moved away?
Lagos remains the commercial capital.
Every day. It continues to grow every day. Because Lagos created enabling environment for business, to flow and grow.
That's what I've been saying.
Lagos.
Ajale Koko, let me ask you a question.
An enabling environment for
Ajale Koko, can I ask you a question, please?
Abuja not attractive. Why is Abuja not attractive?
I'm listening.
That's exactly the question you should be asking yourself.
Too many voices. So all one at a time. But let me address what Ajale Koko just said. Abuja is not unattractive, but the way that the Nigerian space is structured is Lagos just are loosely designated as the commercial hub of the country, and Abuja essentially an administrative hub. So Abuja is geared towards governance and administration, not commerce, and Lagos is geared towards commerce wholly. Essentially.
That's not. That is your own description. No, that is your own description.
Abuja is the first created capital in Africa. They started it from nothing.
When you have the central bank there, you have the central bank in Abuja. And you are saying it's not meant for business.
That's administrative.
Where you have the
administrative.
Let me make a quick point.
Okay, I think one man.
Wait, can you wait? You have to.
No, brother, you've been trying to talk for a while. You've been telling me wait.
Let's go one at a time.
Let's hear from Black League. Black League. Yeah.
I think essentially why one man says that Nigeria can survive without Lagos is because there are several states where seaports can be put in place. Lagos enjoys that monopoly and has enjoyed it for a while. And that's why Lagos developed. Lagos also enjoyed being a capital city since the time of the British people. There's no comparison with Abuja. Abuja is a recent phenomenon. Almost all of us here were alive when they started it. So there's no comparison to that.
Okay.
But if there's a port in Port Harcourt is revamped, there's one in Cross River, Bayelsa, Delta State, even Ondo State can have a port.
Yes,
all of those areas can have ports, but
they can't have deep.
The federal government decided to make, for political reason, the federal government decided to monopolize that market in Lagos. And of course, Lagos will flourish. Yes,
sir. A question for you.
But the money, all the money going to the port is going to the federal government. Because I don't understand this argument about
Lagos State government is building deep sea port in Lekki.
Yes, all the money going to Lagos.
Why are they not doing the same thing in Port Harcourt? Why are they not doing the same thing?
It's because Lagos has been able to generate revenue internally, especially using the seaports that services all of Nigeria. It services all of Nigeria. All of Nigeria contributes. Lagos is a peculiar state. Only Lagos State can say that all the states in Nigeria send money to Lagos.
Johnny Coco, please let him run. Please.
He's allowed
to finish your point.
Blackly, the question is this: you said Lagos and be able to generate funds. The question is this: who are the investor? Who are the investor? I'm talking of Lekki Deep Sea that Lagos State government is embarked upon.
I can tell you that the stakeholders are citizens of Nigeria, not necessarily Lagosians. The money comes from outside to inside. Am I right?
The blueprint. That port is supposed to generate the revenue that we pay the debt back. It's not because you are saying as if because they've generated money somewhere, that is what they are using for that. No.
I'm saying it's a partnership. Saying it's a partnership. It's a partnership. For example, if I put a refinery in your state,
Dangote is one of the investors.
Yes, if I put a refinery to refine fuel, and I have the most industries or I have the most cars requiring fuel, it's a partnership. You have what I need, and I have what you need. I give you the money, you refine the product, and you develop your area with it.
That project predated Dangote refinery. That's an error there that people should correct. That project predated Dangote refinery. It's a free trade zone center.
No. I said Dangote is one of the investors in that project.
Yeah, because Black League is.
Yeah, it's nothing to do with Dangote refinery.
So
it's one of the investors in that project.
Good.
Yeah.
Now, someone conceived that idea of that deep sea port. Now we have seaport in other areas. We have
forget all of
the game is monopolized.
The concentration is in Lagos. All the why would they go and be?
It's monopolized in Lagos. It's just like you telling me. It's just like you telling me there's other cement factories in Nigeria. We all know Dangote has the monopoly.
Black League, wait. I was at CNN Georgia sometimes ago. That the CNN Georgia we went to, they had all the equipment. In fact, anything you find in CNN, the single entity that we have everything. We asked them why. They said because the cost of doing business there is cheaper. It's cheaper compared to other locations. Now, if you take this port to Okitipupa, for example, if you take this port to Okitipupa, for example, cost of business will be cheaper there. If you take it to cost of doing business will be cheaper there. The leaders there are not thinking of doing that thing. So it takes
it's not about the leaders there. It's about politics. It's about federal politics. It's not the leaders want seaports there. Everybody wants a seaport in their area. Everybody wants it. It would attract development. You know how much development one seaport can attract?
Look at that refinery was supposed to be in Ondo State, right? Because of backward integration. But when Ondo State could not organize its people to see the land, Dangote forget about backward integration and move directly to Lagos State. What made it happen? Lagos State met with Dangote and said, we are going to give you whatever you want. We are going to move obstacle for you. Awolowo will build Western region and escalated to the west of Lagos State. Don't associate
that is your understanding, but other people have a different understanding. But thank you, gentlemen, we've come up to the 4-hour mark, so I'll seek to start to round off here. Apologies to the people that have not gotten to. So I'll start to take closing comments, and then you can speak to what you feel the strongest about the conversation. But please be mindful of the time. As I start off with, let me start off with UK, who always likes to go quickly, and then so you can go to bed. UK, are you still there? Okay. I don't think we have UK. So I'll start off with Tony. Just be mindful of the time, Tony.
Right.
So let's hear your words. Apologies that I didn't get to you, but you saw how they did.
No. I also come very late. And then I'm very sorry also. Day before yesterday, I was trying to cook when, I was just watching something, and then I was making some semovita. And then you will say, hey, Tony, are you there? Are you there? Then before I could get to the phone, you were already off. Sorry, sir. So then I didn't wish anybody happy Christmas because it's anti-Africa. Then also that church something I wanted to that there's no government, there's no church. Also, we don't need no churches. This government, we don't need this government. Let them kill themselves so that we can have this. And then I wish that we can, that we should, that we can start teaching our future generation about reincarnation, so that we can forget about all these churches, palaver, and all this Baba government involvement or police going to arrest somebody in the church and then they say that it's a holy place. What holy place? That's a colonial place, because they came to Africa as missionaries. They came as traders, then as missionaries, then as slave drivers. So that's it. Next time I will contribute again.
All right, thank you, Tony. Always a delight to hear from you. So
thank you.
Sorry I didn't get you fully.
So
but
yes, I will try to cook, and then all my windows were closed.
No, that's fine. Thank you, Tony. Always a delight in your company. So before I go on to the next contributor, let me just acknowledge a super chat, which I seem to have skipped somewhat. So let me quickly go through it. Really mainly from Alexander, and this is what it says. So Tony, come back because it looks as though Alexander says, one man, please change Tony's name to Majek. This man's voice and mannerism, just an uncanny resemblance. I get so emotional listening to him. So Tony, it looks as though you'll be Majek Fashek from here on in. And that has been decreed by the mighty Mr. Gomez.
Yeah, my pleasure, sir. That's the honor. And then I want to wish my big Oga Happy New Year in advance, because I don't celebrate Christmas, so we are trying to celebrate our traditional festivals, beginning from the Ejiro knows that anytime from January, all the villages in Edo and Delta State, we are celebrating our traditional festivals,
Which is what? So we pocket something, Abi?
Yes, whatever you can call it, but we go from village to village, and then from village to village, and then we are cooking rice, making all those sacrifices, and etc., etc.
All right, brilliant.
So, Alexander Gomez, my Oga, I salute you. I always salute you. Thank you very much, sir. Okay.
All right. Thank you, Tony. See you later. So, still with Alexander Gomez, next super chat, it says, back in the 70s, when you say you're from London, the typical Englishman white will ask you where you're from originally. So that, of course, something that recurs. That they still do, actually, not just back in the 70s. They still say, where are you just like our Black League was saying, when he asks people and they say they're from New York and they say, where are you really from? If you tell the English person, you as a Black person, that you are from wherever you're from, Birmingham or whatever, they would look at you as a Black person and say, but where are you really from originally? Because they don't accept you as an Englishman. But then, of course, a Kenyan is an American by virtue of want. So there it is. So to Emeka, as we continue to rattle off, Emeka, your words.
Well, thanks very much, One Man, for hosting this again today. I really appreciate it. It definitely is a cool forum. I would definitely love to speak to someone who is Fulani. It'd be great to kind of get them engaged in the conversation. I agree with Tony. I think there is something to be said about exploring your own culture.
Fulani, I already told you that.
Okay, I did. I thought you were joking. Okay, well, cool.
No, he's not Fulani. Can you not hear his voice? Even with the, I think it's from the middle belt somewhere.
I don't know why. I just like I don't know why they like deny it and then don't deny it, but whatever. It doesn't really. That doesn't matter. If someone proudly comes out and says they're Fulani and actually it's Fulani, that'd be great. To what Tony was talking about, I think that
it is good to look at our own traditional religions and our own traditional cultures. I think there's a lot hidden there that we should cherish much more, other than what's been kind of handed to us. Back kind of towards the conversation about the political stuff with Hope Uzodimma and Rochas and the COVID stuff. I don't think that really is the main thing that Nigerians should be focusing on, because it doesn't really affect your day to day. What affects your day to day is the fact that we have the power to shape our destinies in this continent called Africa. And what are we doing every day to really take control of that? I think we're running out of time. I think that the more and more they make these deals for us and put us into these situations where we're basically indentured servants through debt, it's going to be very hard for us to really exploit the wealth that our ancestors left behind. I'm not someone who believes in one Nigeria. So again, I think that the Nigerians that are here today who believe in one Nigeria, I would hope that you could just reassess how you're thinking about the union and think about all the benefits that you can continue to have by allowing people to go their own separate ways. But I just find it a blessing to be. Oh, and then just one last thing, the Alexander comment. I personally was joking. I didn't know what it meant when it says.
No. I think Alexander was in good humor as well. So
okay,
I don't think.
Yeah. I don't want to come off as. I don't want to come off as.
No, we already have you down as pompous. Okay, so it's too late. We know you're pompous.
No, I don't want to. I don't mind being called pompous. I don't want to be called overly pompous. So I don't want to be over. Pompous is okay.
Look at this guy.
One man, I'm surprised you let him slide with that. Usually, you accuse people of embellishment without facts.
Well, no, we've already accused him. He's a flip flopper now. If you follow him, if you come here long enough, you hear him. He changes his on a dime. He will change his view.
I want to be known as pompous because I'm pompous, but I don't want to be known as
but also a flip flopper. But you cannot live without the rendition of that famous song now. So holy, holy yourself as you usher out of the room. So holy, holy. Come on, holy, holy.
We also say
holy, holy. Come on.
Okay, so we also say that. So I'll take my leave. You guys take it easy.
Oh, okay, you won't give us holy holy today. Look at that.
And they win the war.
Is their mother savior? Look at that. In Kirikiri cell. Thank you. But to you, James. Just a quick word from you, James, because we've not heard from you for a long time. So just we're shutting down. But James, to you. Oh, sorry, did I mute you? Let me just...
Okay. Are you hearing me? Good evening.
Yeah, so just quick words from you, James.
Yeah, thank you for bringing me here. I've been watching the program for a very long time. So it's really interesting. So I just want to say my whole point is very clear and it's simple. I see Buhari as one of the best presidents that God has ever given to Nigeria. And may he remain blessed as he's ruling us. If we like, we change our mentality, or we decide to be honest to ourselves, particularly we in the southern part of Nigeria. So it's just out of greed. That is why the key is in the hands of the northerners. To wake up from that evil greediness and wickedness of the south that we practice in the southern part of Nigeria, Fulani will continue to use us as their boy. So, but I thank God for Buhari. Buhari is a very great man. He never look onto criticism. He made business. Whatever he determined to do, he continued to do it. That is why we're going to pray for him, for God to give him a long life. Because if we were not great to ourselves, he would have been in that position. Thank you.
All right, thank you, James.
The most asinine thing I've heard all year.
So, Dan Mariah Jaws from the Middle Belt. So, from Dan Mariah Jaws from the Middle Belt to Ejiro, a full-blood Edo man. So, Ejiro, to you.
Ejiro. One man, thank you very much. It's an interesting episode today, topic today. I'm not an Edo man, one man. I'm an Urobo man from Delta State. I always say this to you. There's a difference between an Edo and Urobo and Delta State.
So, sorry, man. You know how most pronounce it.
Even though we are South-South. Even though we are South-South. So anyway, that being said, one man, you see, there are four kinds of nations, you know, the strong, the weak, the faith, and the collapse. The way it stands now, from my opinion, from my own view and opinion, like I say always, and I always say, I'll say again, Nigeria has failed. You know, it's a failed state. No controversy about it. You know, Nigeria is not working. You know, and it will never work come 100 years. You know, let's not deceive ourselves. You know, let's not sugarcoat anything here. We are different people. You know, you see the way they operate in that nation. Everybody is just doing what they like. More like a banana kind of a republic, you know. So let's go our separate ways. Break up Nigeria, go our separate ways, so that we can live in peace and in harmony. You know, this is my take and my view and my stand. Thank you, one man. Bye-bye.
All right. Thank you, Ejiro. Always a delight in your company. So from Ejiro, we go on to Ola. Ola, your words.
Yeah, thank you, everyone, and it's been a fruitful one. So to every Christian online, Merry Christmas. So everyone that's sharing the holiday, happy holidays. Please like and share, subscribe. That's all I have to say. Then one more thing. When we talk as a country, there's what Yoruba in Ifa will say that be follow. What I understand by that verse of that Ifa will say, don't just stop converting things that belong to another. When you start converting things that belong to another, you won't have that capacity to think of how to develop your own. You just want to say, okay, like hyena, you'll be looking for lion to kill his game for him to take it. That's the way it is. Lagos is for the Lagosians, not the Lagosians, or let's say the Western region put the structure in place for people to come to that place. Like Lekki, now Lagos State is building Lagos, the Lekki Deep Sea now, for example. By the time they finish, it's going to be efficient, better run than that the one that the federal government is controlling. And before you know, people will now populate that place again. So we can repeat that same when you go to Port Harcourt. Maybe you see about that you have another sea, Okitipa, if you like, you can develop that one too, and just to make sure you decentralize everything. So it's a function of strategic planning, not by deciding, okay, just because you take a building to a place. Abuja as it is now, they have industrial estate there. Why is it that people are not going to that industrial estate? Kaduna is supposed to be like a satellite to Abuja, for example, where people will now put industry there. Where are people not running to Kaduna and all those stuff? So let's just follow. Leave Lagos for those people who own Lagos. Everybody has capacity to develop his own region. Develop your region and compete fairly. Stop covetousness. I know that even if Nigeria decides to break today, I'm confident, I'm persuaded that every region will survive perfectly. It is out of unnecessary concern to say, oh, if Yoruba goes, if Igbo goes, it is I know, or some other. Nobody will crash as long as you can develop your human capital. So that's all I have to say. If Nigeria will stay together, Nigeria will be great. If everybody decides to go, everybody that break away from Nigeria will be great. Thank you, everyone. Good day, according to what one man advised.
Thank you, but you can say what you like. Oh, you know me, I just talk a lot of
nonsense.
You
know, I agree with you. Good day.
Yeah, but that good morning, good afternoon is a very egotic sort of use of language. But thank you, Ola. Always a delight in your company. One of the staples, the steady voices of the platform, Ola. So thank you, Ola. So from Ola, we go on to Ayo to you.
Yeah. Thanks, one man, for the lively conversation. I think it was pretty good forum you had tonight, as usual. So I think the point I was trying to get across about Lagos is Lagos has one thing that most other places don't have, at least not to the extent Lagos does. And it has nothing to do with the infrastructure. It has nothing to do with the port. It has everything to do with the professional and skilled labor force that you find in Lagos. And that's why Lagos will always be head and shoulders above any other state in Nigeria. And it's not a Yoruba thing. It's not an ethnic thing. I think Lagos, like a lot of the places that we find ourselves tend to attract people with certain skills or certain talents or self-belief. You know, for instance, if I'm living in some far-flung place, I don't know, maybe in the north, but maybe I just have this propensity for, I don't know, maybe creativity or the arts or mathematics, I'm probably going to want to find myself moving to Lagos. And that's the effect Lagos has on Nigeria. So I don't necessarily think it's a Yoruba thing. I think Lagos attracts the most skilled people in Nigeria, period. Just like maybe the West attracts the most skilled people from all over the world. And once you have that stable sort of population, you're always going to have a thriving economy. And whether there's infrastructure or not, you know, the people who will need to create whatever environment they need to create to be successful will create that environment. So that was the point I was trying to get across about Lagos. Now, the larger point, in my opinion, though, for Nigeria to move forward, because right now it seems like we're in some sort of stalemate. Everyone is trying to grab onto their ethnicity. It's funny because if you're in a successful country and it's a global power, let's not even say a global power, regional power that is functioning, no one will care that you'll be proud of your heritage and the fact that you're from this ethnicity and you can trace your roots back. But that's not going to be the bigger picture. The bigger picture for you is, well, maybe 20 or 30% of every single population everywhere has very talented people. And those are the people you're going to want to have around you and interact with, whether they're Fulani, whether they're Igbo, whether they're Ijo. So, once people start to talk about ethnicity like it's the end all be all, it just shows that we're in such a desperate situation, because progressive societies don't do that. The societies that are on the up and up don't do that. And the more we find ourselves doing this, which unfortunately has become pretty commonplace, at least within the last 6 years. I have nothing against Northerners. I think this particular president has really, really, really done, I don't know, maybe irreparable damage to the psyche of Nigerians. I have never been in a situation or remember when your ethnicity was so important. We all knew who we were and where we were from, but it has, at least for me, it had never been so in your face. So, hopefully we'll find or we'll get a president who will find a way to heal wounds, to unify the country, and to devolve power. Because ultimately, if Nigeria is going to remain one country, there needs to be a devolution of power. That center can't just be, well, we want a southerner here this time, so we're going to control all the resources and we're going to steal as much as possible. Everyone loses, and that seems to be the order of the day currently, where every region is just waiting for their turn so that they can loot the treasury and make very few people rich, while majority of the masses are just cheering on because you think somehow that it affects you when it really doesn't. So anyway, without me trying to go into some crazy rant, I just hope we find
what have you been doing for the last 10 minutes? What is wrong with this guy? Is that not what you are doing for?
Right. So I hope we find a leader that has some vision and courage. And it's not just enough that we have a leader that has vision. We need a leader that has courage, that knows certain things, certain institutions need to be destroyed and certain institutions need to be strengthened. And that's the only way we're going to move forward as one country. Otherwise, everyone can just go their way. I mean, I think, it'd probably be better if everyone goes their way and then we renegotiate this union if there is going to be one. But this forced unity is not working. It's not working for anybody. I don't think the people in the North are happy, even though, maybe a couple of families, a handful of them are really enjoying this whole scenario. But I think majority of them are probably even suffering more than people in the South. And I'm not even saying probably, they're definitely suffering more than people in the South. So this isn't benefiting anyone. So hopefully we'll we'll look beyond our primitive mindset of just holding on to your ethnicity, like that's the only thing that matters, and look at the bigger picture. We have intelligent people everywhere, and everyone can contribute in a meaningful way if we have systems in place that select the best and not just select by ethnicity. So you guys have a good evening, and hopefully we'll be we'll be here again soon.
Oh, all right, thank you, Ayo. Always a delight to hear from you. You articulate it well, but the content is always questionable. But you articulate it well, but the content, we quibble. But that is Ayo, ever assertive in his views. So somebody equally defined in his own mind on his views, the mighty Black League. So to you, Black League.
Yes, I agree with Ayo by saying this current administration is probably the most divisive. The administration that's divided the country the most. I have listened to elder statesmen that were alive during the Civil War, saying even during the Civil War, Nigeria was more united than we have it today. And I tend to agree with that narrative because reality on ground speaks directly to it. Also, just to clarify things, I'm not Fulani. I was just trolling Emeka by saying I was Fulani. I'm not Fulani. But yes, I am from the north. I'm from a tribe called Ham. I'm sure most of you haven't heard of it before. It's called Ham, H-A-M. My people populate the Jos Plateau area and the southern tip.
Does that come with cheese?
It doesn't come with cheese. It's not the ham, this right, one man. Okay. No wonder you've been gaining weight. Since this show started, you've been gaining weight. So you've exposed yourself today. But I grew up in a place that I consider the one Nigeria. I always had a Yoruba neighbor and an Igbo neighbor since I was maybe 3 years old. I was always in their houses. There's a Yoruba man that I live next to that is a Muslim. All the Owambes in the house, I was present. I got a lot of food. And in his house, he doesn't even permit English. You can only speak Yoruba in his house. So that's why I learned very little Yoruba. And also Igbo neighbors. And everyone just lived as one Nigeria for the most part. Yes, I know they knew I was Ham. I know they were Igbo or Yoruba, but all that didn't stop us from being Nigerians. Being Nigerian did not mean that we had to give up our Yoruba-ness, Igbo-ness, or Hamness. That wasn't the point then. It was all us bringing our best together and collectively benefiting from it, and everyone maintained their integrity. That's the Nigeria we should strive for. I disagree with Ayo when he says it's irreparable damage. I think it's repairable. To the extent I agree with him is that it's damage done, but it is repairable. And also, I think it was Tony who was saying he doesn't celebrate Christmas. It's not African. I also beg to disagree. Christianity was started in Africa. The oldest Bible scripts were in Africa. The oldest and original story of Jesus, Mary, and Joseph.
Are you talking about the Ethiopian narrative?
Yes, the one that was written in Ethiopian script.
Yeah, that's but Christianity is actually started in Palestine, if you want to be pedantic. Christianity started in Palestine.
Christianity did not start in Palestine.
It
now, yes, when you call the name Christianity, then you can take it out of Africa. But the basic principles and the stories
you know what Christianity means? Christianity means the follower of Christ. Christ was born in Bethlehem, which is in Palestine. Christ, the Palestinian.
And I'm trying, and what I'm telling you is this is a fact. That yes, Christ was born in Palestine. You're talking about Jesus Christ.
Yes.
I'm saying the Christ figure was not born in Palestine. There was a Christ born of
religion is Christianity, predicated upon the man's name.
The difference is the Africans that practice Christianity did not call it Christianity. It's just like me visiting Osun State and staying there for 50 years and learning about Ifa tradition. I go back to where I'm from and decide to call it Christianity. I took it from the Yorubas, but I called it something different. Now, if they ask where the Christianity come from, everyone will point to where I'm from. That's because the Yorubas never called it Christianity. They called it Ifa. If you say Ifa, then the Yorubas can claim it. But when you go to the basic principles of what I learned from the Yorubas and compare it to what is being practiced, the similarity speaks for itself. And when you want to do chronology to see which one came first, the African came first. So the African concept of Christ came first in the Nile Valley in east of Africa where humanity started. It's clearly African. Now, Islam, you can say Islam is an Arab religion. But even Islam, at the very start of Islam, without Ethiopia...
Do you know what the Abrahamic religions are? Do you know what they are, the Abrahamic religions?
You're speaking about Judaism.
Yes.
Yeah, I do know it.
No, the Abrahamic religions are Judaism, Islam, and Christianity. Those are the Abrahamic religions. Because all of them, they sourced from Abraham. And Abraham, not an Oyo man. Christianity part of the Abrahamic religions.
Christianity was sourced from Judaism, just like Islam was sourced from Christianity.
Yes, which is where they called it the final religion or something like that, Islam. So it comes.
It's the most recent out of all of them.
Yes, but they're all so it's nothing to do with Africa.
No, the Ifa was just an example. That was just an example I was giving it. Yeah, and I said, I've gotten this knowledge from even theologians, people who study theology and have no bias towards Africa. They would tell you that yes, that information existed. They only stumbled upon the information and gave it a name and turned it into an organized religion. That's basically it. But when you study the roots of it through theology, you would see that Christianity is African. The only religion maybe you would not say is not clearly African is Islam. But even Islam got a lot from Christianity. And at the early stage of Islam was having problems in the Middle East, which is Eastern Asia. People just call it the Middle East today. They were having problems and they were about to be pushed out of Eastern Asia. And they fled into Ethiopia. Ethiopia gave them military coverage. And that's what enabled the religion to thrive. And you could see this even in Prophet Muhammad's writings. He says, Islam will never forsake Ethiopia when Ethiopia is in its time of distress. That's a direct quote from the Prophet. So you could see the importance of Africa even in religions that did not originate in Africa, although they got a lot from Africa. So all these religions are ours, although they were taken over by different people and used politically to enslave Africa. And now we accept these religions and throw away our own. We throw away the Ifa religion, we throw away the Igbo traditional religion, and every ethnic group had their own traditional religions, which some of them were very similar. So I think we need to get back to that knowledge of knowing, once again, our place in the world and the world's history, and understanding that we can build a great nation, regardless of what's happened and the divisions, because the divisions is not helping us. There are people from the north who are going through the same thing that people from the south are going through. So I don't see the reason for the division and also classifying northern Nigeria as one. Northern Nigeria is not synonymous to Fulani. Fulani is just one of the hundreds of ethnic groups we have in northern Nigeria. So I think that distinction needs to be made. And also, we should appeal to our common humanity, because I personally know some Fulanis that are not in support of the current administration. They've been against it, and they've been vocal against it, and they've been vilified and ostracized for having the stance they have. So I think it would be unfair to them to just lump them all the same and castigate. I think we're not on the way to build a great country if we do that. So thank you for your time, and make sure you like, share, and subscribe to this great show where you hear diverse opinions that enlighten all of us and uplift us. And I wish everybody a Merry Christmas and Happy New Year in advance. Ajani Coco.
Oh,
Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Black League. Imagine the audacity of this guy, Ajani Coco, coming here to call me fat. Did you hear him? I mean, the level of our riffing. I'm not fat, I'm big bones. You know, this is it. But Ajani Coco, you would not call me fat, would you? Ajani Coco.
Everybody has, God has blessed everyone to look the way that is good for everyone. So, Black Lee, know that right. Lagos is a pace setter in Nigeria, and it has been even before the colonial masters come, Lagos has been the center for commerce and business between Yoruba land and other countries, other land around that coastline. We call Togo, Ghana, and all the rest. So goods that are coming from Oyo, from Ijebu, from other part of Nigeria that, goes to other part of West African coast. It passes through Lagos. So Lagos, right before the colonial master come, has been the center of business. Even the the Benin, they came to Lagos. They bring their oil, even from Igbo land and some other part. They bring their oil, their palm oil to Lagos, and they take it by boats that they used to use back then, or to other part of West African line. So Lagos has been the pace setter. The strategic location has been a blessing for Lagos, and the Yoruba people have used that strategic location well, to help their commerce and trade. And that is what the British saw when they came. They saw it, and they decided to make Lagos the administrative center, because it brings people together. It connects people from places around Yoruba land and from other part of West African country. So other than that, the Buhari administration, as we know, has been the most divisive administration in the history of Nigeria. And as President Obasanjo said recently, that we should not expect anything better from this man. This man, for what he has done for 6 years, is the best he could do for that country. And we should be thinking about what to do after his administration expire. So what are we ready to do? 2023 onward. What are we ready to do? That is what we should be thinking about to do now. But I, as a person, I know for fact that Nigeria is a state that is designed not to work for Nigerian people, for the people. It can never work for the people. It is designed to work for some cabal from all parts of that country. They know themselves, and it's meant to work for them. The military is meant to work for them, to protect them. The police is meant to protect them. And that is why you see the lawlessness by Nigerian state against its people. Nigerian state is a state that does not respect the rule of law, even though that we are in democracy. So they will never respect the rule of law when it comes to protection of their own interests, the interests of the cabal. They will never respect the rule of law. They will never do what they ought to do to make the country work for you. It can never work for the people, but for them. So, but we are reaching a point when I believe that, yes, people will stand up against them. The call for separation, the call for Yoruba nation, the call for Biafra nation will never die. And the call for other nations will never die. It is because the injustice by Nigerian state against Nigerian people. It doesn't matter where, it is not whether they are Fulani or Hausa or Igbo. The Nigerian state is not fair to Nigerian people. I can never be fair to Nigerian people. So Nigerian people are going to rise up. It's a matter of time. Nigerian people will take their country for this from this criminal element in power. It is almost time. Let's see. I believe it's going to happen. But when it's going to happen, it's going to come as a surprise. We will just wake up one day that it's gone. Everything is gone. Abuja is gone. Then everybody will pack their luggages and whatever they have, and then go back home. So it's going to happen. Other than that, let me thank everybody that came on the platform tonight. Your meaningful thought has been very great. And those guys behind the scene, you are doing a great job as well. Thank you for staying on the platform, with the platform since the beginning to the end. And for our viewers and listeners around the world, please thumb up, click on the thumb up button and like, share, and subscribe. And click on the notification button so that anytime One Man When Tomorrow is going on live, you can get notified. So One Man, I really appreciate your good job. God bless you. Tomorrow, by God's grace, we'll be here again. So Merry Christmas and Happy New Year in advance to everybody.
All right. Thank you, Ajan Lekoko. Thank you. Always a delight, Ajan Lekoko, one of the staple voices of the space. I'm still smarting somewhat from being called a fat boy by Black League. Look at my chiseled looks. This is sort of people go have surgery to look like this, Black League. So be mindful. But that I just, of course, yeah. But really, there's one thing. That thing, colonial masters, these people were more interlopers than masters. They did not master anything. They were chancers. They are colonial interlopers, not masters. These are opportunistic people who came to pillage. So they're not masters of anything. They are interlopers. But that's just a little thing that just, it jars me somewhat every time I hear you, everybody all over colonial master. Master of what? You know, according to Black League, we were the one that civilized them, but the Black League, I think it spoke Amsterdam blend. Is it Amsterdam blend that you smoke, Black League? But thank you all. It's been a good session, a real delightful one, robust conversation all the way through from start to finish. No quarter given, none taken. So everybody stuck to their gun and spoke to the facts as they understand them. But how do you understand the facts is the question. Come tell me all about it in the comment section where conversations usually carry on this platform. So I'll leave it there. Carry the conversation on within the comment section, but here, say.